Then it turned again and rolled to the left at
Metric versus imperial is a YouTube minefield. If we do our videos in metric only, we get trolled by American bros. Meters are for the weak. And if we do our videos in imperial units only, we get trolled by everyone else. So on behalf of all Americans, I'm here to tell you it's not our fault that we haven't fully adopted the metric system. If you want to blame someone, you gotta blame pirates.
Let's find out why.
Welcome to the Y-Files, where smart folks like us get together to talk nerdy. Today we're trying to answer the question, why doesn't the US use the metric system? Well, one reason is pirates.
Like from Pittsburgh?
No, actual pirates.
Peg legs and parrots and eye patch pirates?
Yep. Here's what happened. In 1793, the United States was brand spanking new, and it needed standards for weights and measures. And each state was kind of doing its own thing. New York had a Dutch system. Other states were using measurements based on English units. Little France in there, little Spain. Interstate commerce was a mess. The Secretary of State at this time was Thomas Jefferson, who spent a lot of time in France. He was a Francophile, and France was in the middle of their own revolution and was implementing a new decimal-based system of weights and measures. This intrigued Thomas Jefferson, so he said, bring us some of that. So French scientist Joseph Dombey was dispatched to the US with two objects, a 1 kilogram copper weight called a grave and a 1 meter scale. Dombey was on his way to Philadelphia when his ship hit a storm and blew it a little too far south. He ended up in the Caribbean. And you know who's hanging out in the Caribbean in the 18th century? Pirates. That's who. Technically, they weren't pirates, they were privateers.
What's the difference?
Well, privateers are sanctioned by a government and are legally allowed to attack and harass and even steal enemy ships.
Oh, nice work if you can get it.
It is. In this case, British privateers intercepted Dombey's ship, stole the metric doodads, and threw him in prison in Montserrat, hoping to hold him for ransom.
Okay.
He died in prison.
Oh no, and the doodads?
Sold at auction.
Ooh, tough break.
Why is the
now.
By the mid-1800s, the U.S. was pretty well settled on what's called the U.S. customary system, which is based on UK's imperial system, but we kept trying. In 1866, Congress authorized the use of the metric system and supplied each state with their own set of metric weights and measures. People didn't like it.
What's the problem?
Well, the U.S. system was, and some argue still is, just more accessible and relatable. A foot is about the length of your foot. An inch is about the width of your thumb. It's tangible, and it's been consistent. Today's kilogram is not exactly the same weight as that copper doodad back from 1793. It's changed a little bit. And in the 19th century, with all the political upheaval and turmoil around the world, metric units fluctuated a little bit, and some countries just went off the metric system altogether and then came back later. Meanwhile, the US, during all that time, stayed consistent. Now, we kept trying. In 1875, the United States signed the Meter Convention, which was an international treaty that created a system of metric standards. But American industry pushed back.
The Illuminati?
Not quite. Powerful industrialists argued that switching to metric would be too expensive and that American infrastructure would be harmed, so they resisted.
The Illuminati!
Still, in 1893, all measurements in the United States were defined by this international standard. So officially, in the US, a yard is not defined as 3 feet or 36 inches. A yard is 0.9144 meters. Pounds, inches, miles, they're all defined by their metric equivalents. By the mid-20th century, the world's economy was becoming more and more globalized. And if you wanted to do business internationally, you had to do metric. The reason the UK switched in 1965 was because they wanted access to more European markets. This is the metric symbol for moolah. The United States was also part of this trend, and in 1971, Congress recommended that the United States go metric within 10 years.
Yeah, how did that work out?
It didn't. The Metric Conversion Act of 1975 encouraged the use of metric, but didn't require it. So Americans kept doing what they were doing. But big business in America did see the value in going metric. They were saving millions of dollars. So big companies like Xerox, GM, IBM, Ford, they all switched to metric long before 1975. And most big American companies followed suit. The American scientific community also saw benefits to switching, especially after NASA crashed the Mars Climate Orbiter into the Martian atmosphere because the thrusters on the orbiter were being measured in metric newtons, but ground control was still using pounds. So that was years of work and $125 million vaporized because they didn't use metric.
And this was the 70s?
Oh, this was 1999.
Oh, come on, NASA. Get it together, you eggheads.
Now, it wasn't all NASA's fault. You can also blame the engineers at Lockheed Martin.
Illuminati!
Will you stop with that? There is no Illuminati.
Oh, you silly, simple bastard.
Now, Congress tried again with the Omnibus Foreign Trade Act in 1988. It didn't take. The Savings and Construction Act of 1996. Nope. The High-End Computing and Revitalization Act of 2004. Still no joy for metric.
Millimeters and kilograms.
What metric needed in America was a champion, a forward-looking leader who can take the country into the 21st century. And during the 2016 presidential campaign, a champion emerged with a bold vision for having the United States join the world by implementing metric. That champion was Lincoln Chafee.
Oh?
Lincoln Chafee,
It sounds like the name of a car. Is this a person?
former senator, former governor of Rhode Island, presidential candidate, Lincoln Chafee.
Yeah, doesn't ring a bell.
Right. Here's why. Against the advice of his family, his advisors, Lincoln Chafee made going metric a core part of his presidential platform.
Earlier, I said, let's be bold. Here's a bold embrace of internationalism. Let's join the rest of the world and go metric.
Let me guess.
Lincoln Chafee. He'll be out of this race in 0.2 nanoseconds.
Oof-ah.
Technically, America is a metric country. All federal agencies are required to use metric. All consumer and food products are required to have metric on the packaging and use metric in manufacturing. So we're getting there slowly. It's just going to take a little time.
Inch by inch, baby.
Really?
Hey, it was either me or somebody in the comment section.
Thanks for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. Metric, what do you think? Should we keep doing both, or should we switch the channel completely to Metric? Let us know in the comment section. We're working hard for you, so do us a favor, hit that thumbs up, and if we haven't earned your subscription today, I promise we'll keep making fun, brainy content until we do earn it. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated.
What are you waiting for? I got nothing.
While the United States officially denied investigating UAPs until 2017, some nations had always been ahead in their approach to the subject.
Metric vs. Imperial is a YouTube minefield. Today's episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Established Titles. Everyone's heard of Area 51, the top secret facility in the Nevada desert. But nobody really knows what happens there. We have only rumors. One rumor is that alien bodies have been recovered from UFO crashes. Those aliens have been autopsied and the subjects of medical experiments for years. But have you ever heard of Dulce Base? Dulce is more secret than Area 51. And more sinister. If Area 51 is the place where humans experiment on aliens, Dulce is the place where aliens experiment on us. Dulce is a town in New Mexico near the Colorado border on the Jicarilla Apache Reservation. Though the town is small, with fewer than 3,000 people, the area has the largest number of UFO sightings per capita in the world. The stories of strange lights and objects in the sky go back as far as the first people to inhabit the area thousands of years ago. Newer stories claim there's an underground base within the Archuleta Mesa near Dulce. Though there's never been hard evidence of this base, there are quite a few people who've come forward over the years that indicate something is happening in the area. There are witnesses who claim to have worked on the construction of the base, worked at the base, and some who've seen it from the air. There are even people who have claimed to have seen the base from the inside after being taken there against their will. In 1975, a rancher in Dulce called the police in a panic. One of his cattle had been killed. At first, he thought it was a predator, but predators don't do this. Officer Gabe Valdez responded to the call. He couldn't believe what he found. The cow was drained of all its blood and had undergone a procedure where many of its organs were surgically removed. And around the cow's carcass were tracks in the soil that looked like they came from the feet of a tripod. Next to each of the tracks, the ground was scorched, indicating there was an aircraft that could take off and land vertically. In the tracks, there was a yellow, oily substance that couldn't be identified by any lab. It seemed as if the tripods, whatever they were, followed the cow for about 600 feet. Valdez was able to see where the cow had struggled before this happened. Valdez knew this was a little outside of his lane, so he contacted Dr. Howard Burgess of Sandia National Labs. Dr. Burgess arrived 72 hours later to assist. Though 3 days had passed, the cow wasn't decomposing, and predators and scavengers wouldn't go near it. And at some point during those 3 days, one of the cow's ears was removed. Over the following months, 17 animals would be killed this way. All were missing their lymph nodes, all were missing multiple organs, and all taken surgically. All the animals were drained of blood, and the little blood that remained wouldn't clot, not even after several days. Soon, investigators started to become sick. 7 people who visited the ranch complained about headaches and nausea. This gave Dr. Burgess the idea to test radiation levels in the area, and radiation was twice what it should be. And during this time, investigators working at night saw orange lights moving silently in the sky. Investigators working during the day saw black helicopters circling overhead. Valdez wondered if this was more than a local phenomenon. He looked for cases of animal mutilation in the surrounding areas, and over the course of a few years, an estimated 8,000 animal mutilations were reported. Now, I was able to find the official FBI report on this, which I'll link below. And despite everything I've told you about the condition of these animals, the FBI said, quote, "It was consistent with predator action, and there is no federal interest in continuing an investigation."
The only predator that can do this is the predator.
What predator is that?
Oh, you know, from the movies, with the face like a scungeel.
Funny you bring that up. Where was that predator from?
Another planet?
Well,
Oh, We can kill it!
Paul Benowitz was born in 1927, and when World War II broke out, he joined the Coast Guard as a teenager. He had a master's degree in physics and was pursuing his PhD when he opened an electronics company in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Paul Benowitz's primary clients were the Air Force and NASA. He did so much business with the Air Force that he actually bought a home and established a lab right next to Kirtland Air Force Base. And we have an entire episode that covers him and how he was misled and abused by the United States government. Link below. Kirtland Air Force Base is a massive complex spanning over 80 square miles. Over 20,000 people work on the base. Kirtland also happens to be the largest storage facility for nuclear weapons in the Western Hemisphere. On the grounds are the Manzano Mountains, and under the Manzanos are 80 underground bunkers, including a presidential emergency shelter. Connecting the bunkers are over 40 separate tunnels, though nobody knows for sure how many. The people who built the facility were not allowed to tell anyone about what they were working on. Paul Benowitz was a gifted engineer and was interested in UFOs. From Paul's second-floor balcony, he observed and filmed strange lights in the sky. He also recorded radio transmissions that seemed to be alien in origin. Paul occasionally worked for several UFO groups, including the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization known as APRO. And even though UFO research wasn't yet mainstream, APRO was a respected organization known for scientifically grounded research. In 1979, Paul attended a conference in Albuquerque where he met Officer Gabe Valdez. They traded stories about cattle mutilations, alien abductions, and UFO sightings that were happening in the area. Gabe Valdez and Paul Benowitz struck up a friendship. Valdez was basically the go-to cop for any strange phenomenon in the area, and Paul was compiling more and more data that aliens were real, were here, and were very interested in Kirtland Air Force Base. In 1980, Valdez caught the Myrna Hansen case and asked Paul Benowitz for help. Myrna Hansen claimed to have had a terrifying experience. When she was driving to her home in Eagles Nest, New Mexico, both she and her son saw 2 UFOs over a field. They left the car running and got out to take a closer look. They saw a cow grazing in the field get lifted into one of the UFOs by a beam of light. The next thing she knew, Myrna and her son were back in the car, the engine off, and hours had passed. Now, what happened during those hours, she had trouble remembering. And what she did remember, she had trouble discussing. So Gabe and Paul brought in a psychology professor to place Myrna under hypnosis to see if she could access these suppressed memories. The hypnosis session began, and based on what Myrna Hansen remembered, she had every reason to be terrified. Myrna Hansen remembered that as she was driving and saw very bright lights in the sky, she and her son got out of the car to see what they were. The lights were coming from a floating craft and were affecting a herd of cattle. One cow seemed to be struggling and panicking as it was levitated up into one of the objects. Then she remembered that she was abducted and given a thorough and very violating physical examination. And though her abductors never spoke, she recalls hearing them in her mind. They said she was taken by accident, but now that she was here, they had no choice but to continue with the procedure. She described their appearance as what we now call a gray alien. She also reported being taken to an underground base, and there she saw body parts floating in vats of bubbling liquid, and she remembered a terrible smell. The alien abduction stories are unfortunately fairly common now, but in 1980, this was very unusual. Then Myrna remembered something really disturbing, something that could be confirmed. She said a device was surgically implanted into her body, and she believed this was so the aliens could track her and control her mind. Now, this could be checked. Myrna was taken to the nearby Lovelace Medical Center and x-rayed. At the base of her skull, right where she said it would be, was the implant. Myrna also had a very faint scar on the back of her neck. Now, to be fair, the doctors thought it was a natural growth, though they didn't know what kind. The doctors might not have been convinced, but Myrna Hansen, Gabe Valdez, and Paul Benowitz were. There was an alien presence focused on the Kirtland Air Force Base and on the town of Dulce not far away. Now remember, Paul Benowitz was reporting everything he saw to the Air Force. Richard Doty, an agent working for the Air Force Office of Special Investigation, or OSI, was assigned to Paul's case. And Doty and Paul spent so much time together that they became personal friends. Paul showed Richard Doty sketches that Myrna Hansen made of what she saw while she was abducted. She drew hallways, elevators, rooms, and laboratories. Then Doty confirmed that her drawings matched the Manzano Weapons Storage Complex, which was an underground facility. And over the next 20 years, more and more information would emerge that confirmed Not only are aliens on Earth, but they're also working with the United States government. But when did this partnership begin? And why would the government be working with aliens, and for what goal? Well, in 1995, we would get our answer when Phil Schneider, an engineer who helped build Dulce Base, blew the whistle. And it's darker than you could possibly imagine. In 2021, the Pentagon budget was $750 billion. And since 1996, the American military has received $8.5 trillion in taxpayer dollars and never has had to account for any of it. In 2016, an investigation discovered that the Pentagon was covering up $125 billion in so-called wasted dollars. Now, if the military budget comes up short in a given year, whatever number that is just written in. It's called a plug, and then boom, balanced budget.
You try that with your taxes and see how that works out for you.
Well, they throw you in jail. But there's evidence that the money is not being wasted. It's actually part of the Pentagon's black budget. In 1995, at the Preparedness Expo, Phil Schneider blew the whistle on one of the most secret black budget programs in history.
On the southwest part of the Archuleta Mesa, we built an underground facility, a better part of 3 cubic miles, hollowed out underground. We were in the process of the early stages of building. We drilled 4 large tunnel-like holes. Some of them ran 2.5 miles under the surface. The equipment kept coming up broken. So we wanted to go down and wanted to send somebody down there, a human observer, or human observers in this case, find out what was going on.
In 1979, Schneider was working for Morrison Knudsen on a geology team, digging exploratory shafts for a new underground base in Dulce. And though working with heavy-duty equipment, the drills kept breaking. Once a drill punched through, Phil described black, sooty air billowing up through the opening, and the air smelled like rotten garbage. Phil put on a protective suit and headed down the lift to investigate. And on the way, walking through camp, he noticed there were an awful lot of armed troops.
When I saw Green Beret and Black Beret people encamped inside of our geologist camp, I knew something was up.
When Phil reached the bottom, he was face to face with a 7-foot-tall gray alien. He said its stench was worse than anything he'd ever smelled before. Then another alien appeared. Phil panicked, grabbed his pistol, and started firing. And he managed to kill one of the aliens, but the others started firing back. Phil was hit with what he called a plasma weapon and lost 2 fingers and part of his left hand. And this plasma weapon also gave him cancer.
Never bring a gun to a plasma fight.
That's good advice. Now, Phil thought he was dead when suddenly a Green Beret who had followed him down grabbed him and put him on the lift. Now, Phil made it, but nobody else did. 66 men lost their lives in what was called the Battle of Dulce Base. The American military had accidentally drilled into an alien base that had been there for 400 or 500 years. So now the military had a choice to make: go to war with the aliens or cooperate with them. Now, winning a war against entities with such advanced technology wasn't possible, so a deal was struck. Aliens would give advanced technology to humans.
Now, what did the humans have to get to the aliens?
Well, humans would have to give the aliens other humans.
Our United States government lied, did not tell us anything about the alien threat. There's a war underneath there, and I'm talking dead serious.
Phil Schneider was an outspoken advocate for government transparency about the alien presence on Earth. He became well known on the UFO lecture circuit, giving talks about his time working on top secret government projects. He's most known for his talk at the 1995 Preparedness Expo, where he revealed all kinds of information. As of 1995, there were 131 active secret underground bases in the United States and 1,477 around the world. All the bases in the United States are connected by magnetic levitation trains that can reach speeds of Mach 2. Phil said that there are 7 benevolent alien species currently living on Earth, and 4 evil species. He said that the US government signed 4 treaties with the aliens in 1944, in 1954, 1962, and the last one in 1979 after the Dulce battle. The treaty signed in 1954, called the Greada Treaty, was signed between the US government and a species of gray aliens. And the treaty says aliens would be allowed to abduct and experiment on humans as long as the US government, specifically the committee known as Majestic 12, was informed and provided a list of abductees.
The government sure does like making lists of people, huh?
It sure does.
Why are there so many abductions? Don't aliens know how boring humans are?
Well, according to Phil Schneider, at least 9 races of aliens view humans as a food source.
It's a cookbook.
It's a cookbook.
No! 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 Ah! No!
Classic Twilight Zone episode. But the aliens don't consume human flesh. Instead, they use the secretions of glands from mammals. This species of alien suffers from a genetic disorder, and the enzymes in mammal hormones keep the aliens healthy. And some alien races use human adrenaline as a recreational intoxicant.
Ugh, they get high from human secretions?
They do.
Yeah, that's a hard pass for me.
Me too. Now, in exchange for access to humans for experimentation, the aliens would provide the United States with advanced technology. According to Phil Schneider, military technology is 1,200 years ahead of what civilians have now. Stealth technology came from aliens. The US government now has the ability to create special metal alloys, but they can only be created in the vacuum of space. The US military has a device that causes earthquakes. The 1989 San Francisco earthquake and the 1995 Kobe earthquake were weapons tests.
Seiko to score, and he fails to get Dave Parker at second base, so the Oakland A's take.
I'll tell you what, we're having an
And Phil Schneider makes all kinds of other claims. He said the bombings of the World Trade Center in 1993 and the Oklahoma City bombing of 1995 were done with miniature nuclear devices provided by the aliens. He said AIDS and other viruses were created as a means of controlling the population.
All right, hold on. I gotta stop you there.
What?
You expect me to believe that a government would artificially create a dangerous virus in a lab? My friend, that is a bridge too far.
Sarcasm?
Yes, of course it's sarcasm.
Phil Schneider believed that all this was happening for one purpose: to establish a new world order. The alien plan is to completely take over the planet and eliminate almost 90% of the world's population.
Ooh, this is the kind of talk that makes the men in black come a-knocking.
That's true. And Phil Schneider said he was under constant surveillance by the government. He even claimed he was attacked by an FBI agent and killed the agent in self-defense. And he reported this to the FBI, but nothing came of it.
No, because the government would have to admit to all this stuff.
That's right. Phil was constantly in fear for his life. He said he had 11 close friends all die under mysterious circumstances, but every death was ruled suicide. In fact, Phil Schneider told his friends and family over and over, if I ever end up dead, I didn't kill myself. It was murder. He was adamant about this.
Yeah, I can't help notice that you keep speaking about this guy in the past tense.
Well, in January 1996, just 4 months after he gave his famous lecture, Phil Schneider was found dead in his apartment.
Now, come on.
Apparently, he had taken his own life.
Oh, come on.
There's a good chance that when I fly back to to Vegas, I have to drive home. I left my car down in Vegas. I have to drive home alone. I'm scared to hell.
Phil Schneider was constantly worried. He told his family that if he was ever found dead, to not believe the story, that it was murder. A few weeks after that, Phil Schneider was found dead in his apartment. At first, his death was ruled unknown, even though he had a medical tube wrapped around his neck. And a lot of details about his death don't add up. First, there was no note. Also, he had enough pills on hand to die painlessly. He also had a gun. The medical tube was wrapped around his throat 3 times and then tied in a knot under his chin. Now, strangling yourself this way seems difficult, especially in Phil's case. He was missing half of his left hand. His shoulders had limited motion. He had brittle bone syndrome from cancer and spent a lot of time in a wheelchair. He was a weak and frail man. The medical examiner, for some reason, refused to visit the scene, though he was legally required to. He did take blood and urine samples, but refused to test them because he said it was a waste of time. And when Phil's family inquired about those samples, they were told they were sent to an independent lab and were now missing. When Phil's ex-wife Cynthia went to collect his belongings, everything was gone. Recordings of Phil's lectures, photographs, research, even physical evidence from Dulce Base. It was all missing. And then something very strange happened. An obituary appeared in the local paper saying Phil died of a stroke. Phil's family didn't write that obituary. So who did?
Any senator, House of Representative, person, President of the United States, Vice President, any cabinet member lying to the American public is a traitor and should be dealt with in an appropriate fashion.
Phil Schneider wasn't the only person who claimed to know about Dulce Base. Thomas Castello was a military photographer with top-secret clearance, and he specialized in photographing sensitive projects. Castello worked at an underground facility near Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada, most likely Area 51. He also worked at Dulce Base. In 1987, Castello turned whistleblower, and before he left Dulce Base, he stole a set of documents that were eventually called the Dulce Papers. He also stole 30 black and white photos as well as videotape.
There are several things you should know about. I took an oath under penalty of death that no matter what I saw or heard, I would never divulge the information. At the Dulce Base, treason is anything that mentions the details of daily operations at this facility when outside the confinement of this base. When I first arrived, the story they told us was that this is a tri-biotransfer facility with advanced technology doing advanced, adventurous methodology for medical and mental gains, which is a fancy way of saying they do really risky things with human life just to see what would happen.
This is the most famous Castello photograph, humans in pods.
What the hell's going on here?
Well, you know how aliens harvest human hormones for various purposes?
I'm trying to forget it, but yeah.
Well, these are cloning vats. Much easier to use humans as a food source when you could just grow them in a tube. And Castello was the first person to show us the different floors of Dulce Base and what they were used for. Level 1 is security and communications. Level 2 is human staff and housing.
Wait a minute. If there's a floor labeled human staff, then that means...
There is housing for non-human staff.
No!
Level 3 is executive offices and labs. Level 4 is mind control experiments. Level 5 is alien housing. Level 6 is genetic experiments and the zoo.
What, the zoo?
Oh yeah. When genetic splicing between humans and aliens was successful, they would often put the hybrid creature on display.
No, boy.
And level 7 is cryogenics and cold storage. Yeah?
This story, this is a lot.
Oh, have you had too much?
Oh, wait, there's more?
Oh, much more.
The alien agenda is the complete takeover of this planet, the killing off of 5, 6 to 7/8 of the world's population by the year 2029. U.S. military has known about this for 45 years. They've told no one.
Most of the information we get from Castello comes from a single interview he gave called the Branton Interview, and I'll link the full text below. Apparently there were, or are, over 180,000 aliens working in the facility. Castello gives us details about how the base is administered, and there are many different races that work there, and they're divided into ruling castes and worker castes.
Well, obviously humans are workers.
Obviously. But there are also alien worker castes, and ultimately all races report to a single ruling class called the Draco.
That sounds like...
Lizard people.
Lizard people! Yes! Hey, speaking of lizard people, now is a great time to pick up a Hecklefish Lizard People mug. It makes a great gift.
What are you doing?
What? Someone's got to do the plugs? Go to shop.thewifiles.com and grab your Lizard People mug today.
Anyway, the Draco...
Lizard people.
The lizard people are not alien. They evolved from reptiles and dinosaurs and have remained hidden. They created the underground tunnel system hundreds or thousands of years ago. And in the 1960s, they were made to be more suitable to humans and other races that the Draco created.
Created?
Oh yeah. The Draco created races for labor.
The worker caste does the daily chores, mopping the latex floors, cleaning the cages, bringing food to the hungry people and other species. It is their job to formulate the proper mixture for the Type 1 and Type 2 beings that the Draco race has created. The working caste work at the labs as well as at the computer banks. Basically speaking, the reptilian races are active at all levels of the Dulce Base. There are several different races of aliens that work on the east section of Level 6.
Thomas Castello lived the rest of his life in hiding in Europe. He's since passed away, but if you're interested in hearing more from him, I'll post a link to a message board where he answers a lot more questions. And I just scratched the surface here. His interview is the rabbitest of rabbit holes.
Rabbitest?
Shut up.
Oy vey.
John Lear might have had a more interesting life than his father, William Lear, who invented the Learjet.
John Lear was a pilot who broke 17 world records in many types of aircraft. He flew cargo planes for the CIA in the 60s and 70s. John Lear was also one of the most visible proponents of the theory that not only are aliens here on Earth, but they're also colluding with the United States government. Lear became interested in UFOs in 1986 after talking with U.S. Air Force personnel who witnessed the UFO landing at Bentwaters Air Force Base near London. In that encounter, 3 small aliens walked right up to Wing Commander General Gordon Williams, and that became known as the Rendlesham Forest Incident. In 1988, Lear released a document titled UFO Cover-Up that exposed all kinds of secret government and alien activity. It's essentially a manifesto, and I'll link to the original text below. Lear covers the death of James Forrestal, Majestic 12, Roswell, abductions, cattle mutilations, and of course, Dulce Base. Lear said that he gathered 4 independent confirmations that the 7-story Dulce Base complex was real. He even detailed the different species of aliens who live and work there.
The problem is not only just the fact that there are 5 and as many as 10 different civilizations visiting us. Apparently, and this is from the research that I've done, at least 90% of them are hostile. And when I say hostile, if not hostile, they have a completely different set of morals than we do.
John Lear believed that, based on evidence, aliens are trying to regenerate their own race at our expense. He said they suffered a nuclear holocaust or severe illness that caused their entire race to weaken. This is why, according to John Lear, aliens are attempting to crossbreed with humans. In fact, he said this was successfully done 7 times over several years. Lear discusses the book Intruders by Bud Hopkins. Hopkins spent years studying abduction cases and was one of the first to reveal that human females were being used to gestate alien or alien-human hybrid children. This was information Hopkins learned through interviewing and hypnotizing hundreds of abductees. Now, obviously, John Lear didn't subscribe to the theory that aliens are here to protect us from nuclear war or help us in any way. Aliens are here to use us as livestock, as breeding chambers, and as subjects of horrible experiments. And what's even more frightening is the United States government is complicit in all of this. John Lear ended his document by saying, "The best advice I can give you is, next time you see a flying saucer and are awed by its obvious display of technology, run like hell."
In 1947, the Air Technical Intelligence Center at Dayton, the top Air Force intelligence men and scientists under contract, sent a secret document to the commanding general of the Air Force saying that whatever these things were, they were real.
And it started out with a crash at Roswell.
1947 is what the public has been told. Something crashed in the backyard in New Mexico, a place called Roswell, New Mexico. Unfortunately, that's what the public's been told. The military's known about the alien question for the better part of 70 years.
And a second crash site that occurred in Magdalena, or Horse Mesa, out west of Magdalena, New Mexico.
And I have found out that the government has retrieved between 10 and 15 actual flying saucers, 3 of which have been in perfect condition, 1 of which they tried to fly.
And I know that they were reverse engineering. I was never actually briefed on it, but, you know, common sense can tell me that this craft over here isn't something we made. It was reverse engineered.
Reverse engineered.
Yeah. They trained 9 months before they ever flew it. And then they trained another, I can't remember how long, 4 or 5 months, flying it all around Nevada. And it worked fine.
I'm not attacking the United States Air Force. I'm attacking a small group in there that has been persistently keeping this from the public, just as they've kept other things.
The Air Force has made an art form of ridiculing people who have talked about this thing. They've done an excellent job of covering it up for the last 40 years.
We've been lied to, and the lies have got to stop, and they must stop immediately.
Well, that was a roller coaster of a story, and not much of a happy ending. But what's true? Obviously, there's no hard evidence that Dulce Base exists, but there's also no evidence that it doesn't. And since all we have are eyewitness accounts, let's look at the witnesses. First, Phil Schneider. This isn't a Bob Lazar situation where all the evidence is mysteriously erased. There are plenty of records that show Phil did indeed work as a government contractor on many different projects, but his story has some holes. like his misunderstanding of military and law enforcement protocols, procedures, and jurisdictions. He said during the Battle of Dulce, there were 66 soldiers from the US and NATO, Green Berets, Black Berets, Delta Force, and Secret Service. The special forces he names are American, not NATO. NATO doesn't operate on American soil and never has. And even if it did, there's no way the US government would allow foreign military to be present for this kind of operation. He said Delta Force was there. In 1979, Delta Force was barely 18 months old. Very few people even knew about it. The military denied its existence for years, and even now, everything about Delta is classified. We don't know the size of the unit, their budget, or their missions, but we do know that Delta Force was created as a counterterrorism unit. I wouldn't expect them to be on a domestic operation that was essentially providing facility security. I could be wrong. Now, in 1979, Black Berets were only worn by Army Rangers. Now, could they have been deployed for security? Sure, but I doubt it. Now, Phil says the Secret Service was there. They weren't. The Secret Service is a law enforcement agency that investigates crimes. Yes, they provide personal protection to high-ranking political officials, but that's a small part of what they do. Phil said he lost his hand in the battle with aliens. Maybe, but his roommate from college said he lost it when he was a young man working as an electrical lineman putting up power lines. Now, Phil Schneider said his father, Oscar Schneider, was a Nazi U-boat captain who was captured and then fought for the Americans in World War II. Phil's father was actually born in San Francisco in 1906. Phil's grandparents were born here too, in Portland. We have documentation that Oscar Schneider was in the United States until 1930, and then he was in the U.S. Navy Medical Corps from 1931 to 1946, and retired with the rank of captain. He never commanded submarines for Hitler or for the United States. He was a medical doctor who specialized in shipboard safety techniques. Now, Phil shows this picture in his lectures.
I have a picture of one of the aliens been working for the United States Pentagon for the last 58 years. His name is Val Valiant Thor. He's right here.
If you remember our video on Valiant Thor, you know that Val was most likely a fictional character created by Frank Stranges for his book Stranger at the Pentagon, which was a ripoff of The Day the Earth Stood Still. The photo Phil uses is supposedly his father in the ready room of the USS Eldridge because his father was part of the Philadelphia experiment. Because of course he was. But there's no room that large on a Cannon-class destroyer. Also, the Philadelphia experiment happened in the 40s. The lights in this picture wouldn't be used until the 1960s. And there are lots more holes in the story. And Phil Schneider had a documented history of mental illness. Now, his story sounds like paranoid delusions. He says 28% of the US GDP is used for black ops. 28% is very specific. Why not 25 or 30? How does he even know that number? The people who work in black ops don't know the Pentagon's budget. Nobody does, but somehow Phil knows? People with delusions often create rich worlds full of specific details. Now, Phil Schneider very well could have been telling the truth. I just don't think so. I think he suffered a psychotic break in dealing with his cancer diagnosis and latched onto the Dulce Base story as a way to take control of his life and as a way to attain some notoriety. That all said, his death was weird. If you trace back the history of the Dulce Base story, you'll always end up with a person named James Bishop, whose real name was allegedly Tal Levesque. Now, the book Saucers, Spooks, and Kooks, UFO Disinformation in the Age of Aquarius, written by Adam Gorightly, identifies Levesque as the chief architect of the Dulce Base story. In the 70s, Levesque published a newsletter called Hollow Earth Hassle, which was about creatures living inside the Earth. And those stories were based on a story called The Shaver Mystery, which appeared in science fiction pulp magazines in 1947. And the story took off after Paul Bennewitz claimed he discovered alien transmissions coming from Dulce Base. A woman named Ann West created the Tom Costello character, probably based somewhat on what Paul Bennewitz said. Now, she claimed that a lot of her information was coming from someone named Tom Costello, but all the information was coming from Levesque. And you won't be surprised to hear that no record of anyone named Thomas Costello was found in the US military during the time he was supposed to be there. According to Levesque, various researchers would latch onto the Dulce Base story and then add their own flair, each person building on the story of the people who came before them. And by the way, that super creepy photo of the humans in alien pods, Thomas Costello didn't take that picture. It's actually a screenshot of the film The Sixth Day, released in 2000. Now, why would Levesque do this? Well, he passed away in 2018, but he said it was his job, whatever that means. We know for a fact that Agent Richard Doty of the Air Force OSI perpetrated a misinformation campaign against Paul Benowitz. And this campaign included confirming Paul's suspicion about the underground base and confirming the drawings by abductee Myrna Hansen. Now, was Levesque part of this government operation? We don't know. John Lear also circulated this story. And at one UFO convention, Lear met with other UFO researchers who were going to release a public statement about what they knew to be true. Apparently, Lear's claims were so outlandish, the other researchers wouldn't sign on to it. Lear stormed out of the convention.
You have to get pretty wild when people at a UFO convention don't believe you.
You sure do. Bill Moore, a UFO researcher who worked with Richard Doty and the government on the misinformation campaign, he said Lear was an intelligence agent. And remember, Lear did have a long history of working with the CIA. Now, this is the problem with these stories. UFOs, underground bases, alien experiments. As long as the research is considered fringe, most of the people working in the field are going to be fringe. They don't give out Nobel Prizes for UFO research.
They should.
They should, and maybe one day they will, but until then, UFO researchers will be criticized and ostracized by mainstream scientists. Now, me and you want to believe, but there's nobody to trust. We know for a fact that Richard Doty ran a misinformation campaign against Benowitz and the entire UFO community, feeding them wild stories about aliens and underground bases. But later, Doty said the stories were mostly true. So now we're left in this position where we don't know who or what to believe. We do know that the US government wants it this way. Now, I believe there are secret bases all over the United States. Is there one in Dulce? I don't know. There are lots of UFO stories that I want to be true, but this isn't one of them. Abductions, genetic experiments, organ harvesting, and a new world order? We better hope Phil Schneider, John Lear, Myrna Hansen, and all these other witnesses are wrong, because if they're not, we're in big trouble. Today's episode is brought to you by one of the most... Okay.
Lord, if you don't mind.
You might be taking this a little too...
Open a box, peasant!
Okay, hang on.
I could get used to this.
Rumors, hearsay, sightings, whistleblowers as well. They sometimes surface with tales of underground alien bases, snatching women and children and keeping them deep under the earth within facilities for horrific reasons. There's one incident though that maybe, perhaps, if true, we fought back. The firefight at Dulce Base in New Mexico, circa 1979. But this is the dark and dirty back alleys of UFO and alien research where you can't really figure out what's true and not, and well, it's for many different reasons. I'm your host, John Vivanco, and I welcome you to another episode of Chronicles of a Psychic Spy. Now, the average person finds it hard to believe that aliens have been and are visiting Earth. And in part, that's obviously the result of a lot of engineering of the population through the media. But add to that the idea of underground alien bases on Earth that are, stealing women and children. Well, that's like a whole step that was removed for most people. It's like, wait a second, CNN hasn't even taken me to first base yet with aliens. I haven't even held hands with them, and now we're at third base? What the heck's going on here? Also, the pinnacle of insanity and paranoia has been portrayed as someone who tells people about aliens living in secret underground bases across the Earth. People may be more apt to believe that aliens are in bases on the moon, and that's not as hard of a stretch to make. Yet at the same time, there is something very weird going on with the moon and that, right? With all the outlandish moon anomalies outside the alien construct, most people still seem to fall asleep over it. What's that about? It's like these fluoride stares when I bring this stuff up. But this subject matter that we are going into here, I take seriously. I have my reasons through many years of remote viewing as well as some personal experience. I also know that to many people this is going to be incredibly hard to swallow. To a lot of people, I'm like a walking oxymoron. You know, I'm using something that doesn't exist, remote viewing, to figure out things that don't exist. I'm like a double negative, easy to discount. You know, I'm in a niche within a niche. So, you know, I would say that just use this as research points, collect all your data points and put them together to form your own thesis. You know, mine just adds to the pile. And don't ever replace one authority figure with another. Humans tend to do that, you know, we've gotten used to this. Near the border of New Mexico and Colorado, there lies Dulce. It's a lonely high desert town that around 900 residents call home. This land belongs to the Jicarilla Apache Indians, and a purported military base sits within the reservation on Archuleta Mesa, just north of the town. There is no known military base there, but there would be underground missile silos in the area, and an incredibly high percentage of the population locally around there continually see UFOs around that mesa. For instance, this is where the New Mexico State Trooper Gabe Valdez investigated a bunch of cattle mutilations and purportedly found a fetus in one that looked like a cross between a human, a monkey, and a frog. Now, coupled with the stories of two men, Paul Benowitz and Phil Schneider, this is ultimately why people think there is a base there. Now, there are other people as well, you know, who've spoken out about this base, but we will focus on just two of them because that is where the story originates. In 1979, a scientist named Paul Benowitz manufactured temperature and humidity components for NASA and the US Air Force. His facility was right on the edge of the Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, New Mexico, so he began to witness strange lights flying around the Manzano weapons storage complex there, which holds most nuclear weapons in the United States, and I think the whole world. You know, he was curious and a bit alarmed by this, so he began to film them on a regular basis. He also scanned radio frequencies that he believed were emitted by the lights. He claims that he was able to determine the location that the frequencies were being sent from, and that was Dulce, in the north from his position in Albuquerque. During this time, he had also been involved in a regression of an individual who claimed alien abduction. During that regression, the individual described being taken into an underground base, seeing other people, as well as human body parts floating in vats of liquid. Now, this abductee claimed to have implants as well in the body, and transmissions were coming and going from them. Benowitz claimed that these were going back and forth between the government and the alien source in Dulce. So this is where he believed that this abductee was taken to, and that underneath this mesa, there's a huge complex that's doing genetic experimentation on humans that they've captured. So he went to Kirtland Air Force Base to tell them about what he had found. The Office of Special Investigations got involved and allowed him to actually make a presentation on base. Richard Doty, he was in charge of the special investigation for the Air Force. He even gave him around $75,000 to continue the investigation. Now, Doty came out later and claimed that this was a disinformation campaign against Benowitz. Now, the reason why, according to him, was because Benowitz found a hole in the security of this base with regard to the communications. So the story goes that they fed him misinformation and pushed him to believe that these were hostile aliens as opposed to straight up military communications. The reason for him receiving the funding was to see how much it would take to uncover and then plug the hole up. You know, remember, this is Cold War time, and they had to fix this when it came to that, if that's what was happening. Otherwise, the Soviets could easily intercept them. So this operation to discredit him was also geared to drive him insane, which it did. He ended up in a mental institution in 1988. After that, his family protected him from anything UFO, much less the whole public side of it. This story is incredible, and there's a ton more to it that involves the whole Majestic 12 story. Linda Moulton Howe being taken into a room at the Kirtland Air Force Base and being shown supposedly classified documents on UFOs and Majestic 12. And then Richard Doty relaying information to Benowitz and others about a treaty between aliens and Earth humans. Now, you know the story of the treaty, the allowance of the abduction of humans, and then the military receiving technology for it. Not that the military could really do anything if they wanted to up against a superior force, but hey, I guess they can maybe get some tech out of it. At a base level, it shows the length the government will go to in order to cover up military-related breaches, if not things related to aliens here on Earth, right? This is actually one of the main points people refer to when they say that the alien and UFO phenomena is just fakery, because of the claim that the military uses this as a cover for more esoteric technologies that they develop and test. It is a good cover, right? Now, many people in the UFO world are very split on this story. It's clear that the government was trying to cover something up, but this is the realm of psychological operations and disinformation where nothing can be trusted, especially when it comes from intelligence sources like Richard Doty. So this whole thing on the surface is like sticking your brain in a blender, which is the whole purpose of these operations. Confuse the heck out of you so you don't know up from down, you don't know who to believe. Now though, add to this story Phil Schneider. Phil came out in the early 90s speaking on his purported involvement with the Dulce base and a battle that took place there in 1979 in which he was a part of. He was a geologist employed by Morrison Knudsen on a project to drill 4 large holes from ground surface going down to existing tunnels underground in Dulce on Archuleta Mesa. Now the reason was to check the composition of the rock, and because he was a geologist, he apparently was sent down one of these drilled holes to inspect it. He claimed that in his geology camp during the drilling, there were Green Berets and other elite military forces, which, according to him, is unheard of. I think it would be really unheard of. So he's lowered down into one of these holes in a basket in order to inspect. It takes him all the way down where he enters into an underground tunnel complex that already exists. As he's staring in amazement at this tunnel, a large gray alien shows up, a tall gray. Now, apparently, Phil was carrying a sidearm, a Walther PPK, because, hey, why not? I mean, you're going into a hole in the ground and you're a geologist, so yeah, that's pretty common, right? Anyway, Phil pulls his sidearm, shoots 2 of them, and kills them dead. Now, in that event, one of them shoots him with some laser weapon, which cuts off his fingers, slices his chest open, and burns his leg to a crisp. With him, apparently, at that point, there are special forces, and they engage in a battle with the aliens in which 60 or so of these operators got killed. Phil survives this whole ordeal by one of the special forces sticking him back in the basket and sending him up to the surface. So in the 1990s, he begins to go on the conference and radio circuit to tell the story. He also ran this publication on UFOs during this time, and his partner in that was actually found dead in a park with a gunshot wound to the head. Now then, in 1996, after around 5 years of speaking on this, Phil was found in his apartment dead. The official cause? Well, at first it was lack of oxygen to the brain because of a stroke, natural causes. Then that was later changed to suicide because, well, I guess they didn't notice the medical tubing tied tightly around his neck until much later. Apparently, it was tied so tight, the coroner had a hard time getting it off of him. And Phil, who was missing fingers on his left hand and was left-handed, probably would have had a very hard time trying to tie that up himself. But they decided that he did it and committed suicide that way. Even though, as well, there was blood all over the floor of his apartment. And Phil had enough pharmaceuticals for pain that he had from these wounds that could kill him many times over. Then there was Thomas Costello. He came out and claimed to be part of security personnel at the base in Dulce. He had all sorts of detailed information on the base and what he did, like help to keep humans detained and under control. He also supposedly took photographs and video inside the base, but some of the photos seemed to be from a movie. This guy was probably totally fake. It's not a real name. But about a year after he gave an interview on this, he and his family disappeared, so it said. I don't necessarily believe the Costello story, but there are other whistleblowers who came out and added to the whole story as well. Anyway, you know, I'm going to call shenanigans across the board on this. And what do you expect? This overall begins to feel more like a cover-up, a psychological operation to make it so confused and muddied you can't figure out up from down. Also, you know, if you really dig into these stories on the open research side, you know, the open source information, there's a lot that counters them. But what often counters them are these psychological states of the individuals in order to bring doubt, as in a couple of these cases, you know, and they also use other tactics, but that's a big one. You cast doubt on their character, which is a psychological tactic to pull people away from the person and the story in general. And I know this well because this happened in the past with my old remote viewing team and partner in the company. There was a website created to do just that, spread disinformation on us, but specifically my business partner. It was basically false slander, which would cause people to question the character of this person and just drop off. Now, years later, some very adept people I know really dug into that website to understand who was behind it. Now, I don't think they released that to the public, so I'm not going to say much about it. But what they found was that this website was being run by someone in the State Department. Go figure, right? And that's all I'll say about that. Now, these operations on the psychological side are meant to pull you off the story. They are meant to confuse you. So how do you know the truth? How do you come to it? You know, even in the more mainstream, I'll call it remote viewing communities, they're shamed away from looking into stuff on the so-called conspiracy and strange side. You know, just remote view things that provide real world feedback. Don't look into things that are unprovable in a physical way and then talk about them. You know, this kind of stuff will get you ostracized. Lucky for me, I don't care. The reason why is because of the years and years of working in the real world with this, from business to counter-terror and intelligence issues. And I will tell you, at the end of the day, whenever I had meetings with executives on normal issues we work on for them, the only thing they really want to know about are issues dealing with huge unknowns. Aliens, exotic technologies, other planets, all the esoteric things. As well, those in the intelligence world who exist more on the esoteric side, well, they use these techniques, such as this, to try and figure things out. You know, what else are you going to use? What is the situation here with Dulce? So this is something we've actually looked at a number of times in a number of different ways. It's kind of like a triangulation method with remote viewing taskings in order to understand the true reality of it, if it is, at least at base, true or not. One potential issue here is the way that it is tasked to a remote viewer, though. Many remote viewers don't really know the depths and ways of tasking. It's kind of an art form in and of itself, and there are not only these specific ways to write something up like this, but it's also the attitude of the person writing it up. If you recall from earlier videos here and there, the way we task is to just write down what you want to know and assign a random 8-digit number to that. From there, you only give the remote viewer the 8-digit number, and then the viewer goes through a methodology to produce some type of information. In these unknowns, you have to be really careful because a remote viewer can and will describe fake stories as if they are real if you task this improperly. You can't just write down, describe the battle with the aliens at Dulce, because the remote viewer will describe that story, whether true or not. Now, a proper way for this is describe the reality of the battle at Dulce so we can understand if this is a true physical 3D event or something concocted. Remote viewers, if this story is untrue, will have a mix of information, but they should ultimately go the path of describing that as fake. Now, a remote viewer can get caught up in the story here as well and just run with that. So this is why you always use many remote viewers as opposed to just one, as well as other tasking angles. This data needs to be cross-correlated, and in that way we can potentially build a picture of the reality. And this has been tasked a number of times by me, and what is described is subjects are people who are rappelling into a hole. They are described as well-armed, very capable, and are involved in some type of military operation. The viewers describe flashes of light, explosions occurring, as well as a laser and some kind of particle beam weaponry. And there's a lot of what looked like exotic technology and weapons that were being used here. And this is described over and over as a battle within a tunnel system where there are deaths occurring. Now, on the other side of this, the viewers do describe other subjects who are non-human. Subjects who have the more typical gray head and face are involved with this and engage with other subjects, the human subjects that they're fighting with. So on a rudimentary level, we continually get a battle that is similar to the stories out there, and no indication of a concoction as we would expect based on the tasking. But we'll get back to the whys of this and deeper information on it after a bit of triangulation taskings. So that base is established. We want to triangulate with other taskings on other individuals who are telling the story of this publicly, like Benowitz and Schneider. In looking at Benowitz, we wanted to know what, if anything, he was capturing as far as the radio frequencies were concerned, and what that meant, where they were coming from. This is outside of the obvious military operation that was being run on him, though. Now, with the viewers on this, well, they go right back to an underground location. In this location, they describe beings who are actually holding others captive. The beings in control here are described as having large heads with large eyes, that typical gray look, except larger, right? They're larger than the small gray. And they're also described as running genetic type experiments on other subjects that they've contained. Benowitz has said that the transmissions, when he was able to decipher them, were coming from Dulce. So our data seems to go back to this in comparison to the last tasking. So the next thing to have a quick look at is Phil Schneider. You know, one of his claims was that he had missing fingers, which he did have because you can see them, and they were from the firefight in the cave. He claimed that it was some type of laser weapon that pulsed him, caused him to lose his fingers on his left hand, burn into his chest, and burn up his leg. So we had a look at how he received the injury on the fingers, how he lost them. You know, if he's lying and all of his injuries were made at different times from different things, we would not want to group them all in one tasking. Make sense? Now, you can lose your fingers in many ways too. They just stick out, and we use them a lot. You know, saws, getting crushed by something, slammed in the car door, whatever. And so in the data, that kind of thing would be easy to read. So the data described a subject, Phil, who was struggling and in a panic, fighting, and in a dark space, cave, tunnel-like location. The viewers described that a pulse of energy hit him, going into him and, well, removing his fingers. And this was described as being like a laser weapon. So there you go. I gotta say though, when I see Phil, I don't really trust him, and I never have trusted his story because to me it really feels like there's some agenda and lies behind him, even though the viewing tends to back him up. And it's just something strikes me as being off here, you know, off with him. I don't know, maybe it's the whole gray alien vibe that he puts off. I mean, look at him. Maybe he's a genetic experiment that got out. I don't know. Unfortunately though, I'll speak a little bit about that later on, so remember that. We dug on many different angles with remote viewing to understand this location and firefight. It was also described that this was a deal that was made with the military, that these aliens were in part working with military to operate this base. Not all was known though by the military, and it's obviously highly compartmentalized, so all wouldn't be known. This idea has come forth before in similar taskings with military and aliens, where the military makes a deal for technology and these aliens do stuff here, like take humans for enhancing their dying race. You know, the sad story, so they say. This was no different. In fact, it's suggestive that the military was actually helping them in abducting people in order to bring to that base. Now, what was unknown was exactly what they were doing to the humans that were brought there. Many people disappear from the United States and our planet without a trace on a regular basis. The viewers describe the disappearance of a lot of Native American women into this base. And you know the stories, right? There are actually quite a bit of these stories out there in different locations where many of these women are just going missing and no one knows what's happening. Well, according to our data, this is one of the locations. They're being taken here, as well as others. I know it sounds odd, but it's a potential explanation for all these missing women. Now, these beings, they primarily want or wanted Caucasian women. That was their main thing, but apparently it's easier to get native people, so that's what they settled on mostly. There were a couple of things they were doing here too. One was breeding, basically creating a human farm. Also a genetic program, taking eggs from humans, combining them with theirs and other DNA to create new beings. These humans were basically kept in cages under horrible circumstances and in absolute fear. Now these beings seemed to enjoy that fear. They were described as being very sadistic and wanted to create more fear. Now apparently the military didn't know that sadistic aspect, but they found out when they sent someone in to infiltrate the deeper levels of it to find out what was going on. So at that point, someone apparently decided to do something about it. That is what resulted in the firefight, the shutdown of this base. The intent to rescue who they could and to end it if they could. To the average person on this planet, this is literally just complete, utter crazy talk. Completely, totally. But think about it right now and what's going on with regard to Pizzagate and the trafficking of women and children by humans that's starting to come out. At this point, it seems to be the status quo for some people in power, and they seem to be protected around this. But now, we're dealing with aliens doing it, and that can be a stretch. It's actually a stretch for most to even believe that humans within intelligence and government are doing this kind of stuff, right? I think this will be in a later episode, but I'm just going to touch on it here a slight bit to give you a taste. We work tons of projects, and I also do expeditions based on some of these to follow the remote viewing data. In the area of Mount Shasta, California, we've done quite a bit. We look at various things there, from experiences that people have, to missing people, to crazy legends in the area. Now, the odd thing that has happened there on completely different projects, where you expect completely different explanations, well, we get the same thing, showing up over and over again. Now, it's not on all projects, but so far it's around 4 or 5. So, for instance, a project with missing people we looked at, a project with a collapsed cave entrance we looked at, you know, what's behind it. A project with footprints in the snow that ended in the middle of a frozen lake. What caused that? Now, in each of these, unexpectedly to us, we have the same beings or aliens showing up who are responsible or involved with the situation, from the missing people to the footprints in the snow. These beings appeared to be the same or similar ones that we saw at Dulce. Tall, large, big head, big eyes, gray and scaly. And what are they doing there in Shasta? Well, it revolves around abducting humans, taking them to underground locations, collecting genetic material, human farms, same scenario. But man, this is nuts. You know, remote viewing is one thing, and I know that most people won't believe this stuff, even though I present it completely sane, I think. Maybe. But outside of the Shasta experiences, I had an experience not that long ago at all where I was helping some people on a special project. Now, this is a hard one because there's danger involved to all parties, and I can't say who these people are, and I'll relate the story in a more general sense. So there was a client who needed help. This person has had many UFO encounters, and they were beginning to receive intense telepathic contact from other beings. Some of the information were on specific locations. So I was asked to look into these locations and some of the other information to understand, you know, what's going on, where it leads. Some of the location data we had found were underground bases, and some of the telepathic information involved the abduction of women and children for bad purposes. At a certain point, I started to shift to the individual who was the client in order to understand some things about them, because their whole story wasn't totally adding up for me. They had a claim that they were a family member of a prominent person, but there was no indication publicly that they were. You know, they didn't even look like them. So I decided to look into this aspect by understanding their relationship, if any, to this person. Now, when I did this, the data pointed to a rescue occurring in secrecy. That was the basis of the relationship to this person, a rescue. So then the obvious next step was, what rescued from what? Now the data described that as a child, this individual was taken. Their life was spent underground and they were experimented upon by aliens. Same descriptions of the Dulce ones. So they had been genetically modified to have increased telepathic abilities, among other things, that served as somewhat of a slave to these beings, along with many other humans. They were part of a human farm. And the data describes this person being rescued with many other people in a firefight scenario where both aliens and humans are involved. Sounds familiar, right? Now with his data, it also showed a wiping of the memory so they would not recall. So I wasn't going to say anything, but I suspected this could be Dulce. And so it was worth a try to find out some way. So I had a person I was working with on this project ask the individual what they knew about the alien base at Dulce, if anything. Now, there was no remembrance or knowledge on their part, didn't even know about it, hadn't heard of it. So the person I was working with then asked if this individual could ask their mom if they had ever been or heard of Dulce. So they reported back, and they said that the mom said, "Don't you ever speak of that, you're gonna get us killed." And that was the last contact that we had with this person. So surmising, maybe some of these people who were rescued from these locations, maybe they get placed with families once they're out. But is all of this really happening? Why is DARPA calling for intense training for underground battle? What if all the trafficking that we're beginning to hear about is somewhat related to this? What if some of these people in power take their cues from these beings? The remote viewing data, I think it's interesting and enticing, and there are a lot of stories out there from people claiming that they have been taken to these types of locations. That there are breeding programs happening, races of aliens trying to save themselves by taking genetic material from us. That's the huge background story with the gray type aliens. But this information paints a darker picture, one of sadism and seeming pleasure in that. So what is one to do about all this? Well, go to your city council meetings. Tell everyone aliens' underground bases are stealing women and children. Or maybe actually Thanksgiving dinner. That's a great time to tell everyone about this. I'm kidding. I'm not serious. But, this I do take seriously because of the amount of remote viewing data we have on it. And as long as humans look to one source of information and neglect everything else, we're not going to understand what's truly going on. So as always, gather all data.
How is it going, guys? Drew Peacock here, back with another video, and you guys see your car in this Aircraft 6, your time on the motor. Honda Fit from Jamaica, rarely over. It looks really ugly. Yes, they kind of the RBDS2 cams, or I should say cams, since there's only. How is it going, guys? How is it going, guys? Drew Peacock here, back with another video, and today we're looking at some cars that you would not expect to be as modified as they are. We're looking at some true sleepers. You guys sent me some really cool listings, and if you guys see any, send them to my Gmail, drewpeacock.clips@gmail.com. Don't send me cars with just like full bolt on the 85. I'll open up an email every once in a while, and I'm looking at some dude who thinks he's hard on bead locks with 300 horsepower. Get that shit out of here. I don't want to see it. Side note, it's going to be raining for the next week or two, which sucks. I have some McLaren stuff to fix. I'm working on the Civic. I'll be pulling the motor or finish pulling it sometime this week in the garage. So both of those cars should be up and running at 100% very soon. But anyways, without further ado, let's go ahead and dive right in. First car is a 1991 Toyota Supra, and it sold for $25,000. And you might be thinking, Drew, you said sleepers, dude. That is a Supra, dude. Do you not know what a Supra is, dude? I clearly know what a Supra is. But, however, it is very rare that you see a non-molested, non-clapped out Mark III Supra in 2023. You don't see that. This one's nice. He's asking 25,000 and he sold it, so he got somewhere around there. And it's clean. This thing, I love the color, and underneath the hood, he did it justice with a 2JZ GTE VVTi and a single turbo. Very similar setup to my my Supra. However, mine is a Mark IV. Hey, Squilliam, still playing the clarinet, Squiddy. This is like the Squidward of the Supras, and Squilliam, I guess, would be the Mark IV, the you know, higher class one. I think if I were him, I would tint his taillights. He's got this nice, really dark green paint job, and he's got some bright ass candy cane red fucking taillights. Look at this paint. This is some nice, like, dark candy apple green. Looks beautiful. Interior still intact. Looks great. Like, this is, in my opinion, one of the cleanest, if not the single cleanest Mark III Supra I have ever seen. Absolutely, hands down, 10 out of 10. It also looks like it is a pretty decent sized Borg Warner as well. I like his intake manifold. I mean, everything just looks great. And I honestly think $25,000 was a great price. Unless this thing is a salvage, I think $25,000 was a great price. I sold Project WAP for 14. So for another 10, a Mark III Supra with a GTE VVTi, that's a lot better. If you're new to the channel, you don't know what Project WAP is, go watch those videos. RIP Project WAP. Anyways, it says it has 184,000 on the chassis, less than 10,000 on the build. Dyno logged at 467 wheel horsepower with room to grow. Yeah, definitely room to grow. Semi-built R154, so he's got the trans to back up the power. He's obviously a 2JZ GT full swap. 80 millimeter, dude, what in the fuck are you doing with an 80 millimeter at 400 horsepower? Is there a zero missing? Is this 4,000 or 400? Because that doesn't make any goddamn sense. The lag on this thing has to be like if you're playing Call of Duty on McDonald's connection. Like, why would you have an 80 millimeter? That is the only downside I could see of this car. 80 millimeter. That doesn't even make sense for a non-built GTE. Like, that thing must be pushing like 2 PSI right now for 400 horsepower. Oh, it makes no fucking sense. It's a wrap. That's actually really good wrap then. Holy shit. Yeah, the only downside is the fucking size of the turbo, dude. That is just so stupid. I have a feeling he thought he was going to be making a lot more power or something. Something happened. There's something we don't know, because that doesn't make any damn sense. 80 millimeter, 400 horsepower. You barely need a 50 millimeter for that shit. That thing is so slow. Oh my god. Anyways, besides that, I think this thing is a great build, a great sleeper. It does have a lot of room to grow for sure. That turbo will do over 1,000 easily because 80 millimeters is fucking massive. Anyways, all right, let's move on. Next car is a 1985, and you look at this photo and you're thinking, oh, it's an 85 Corvette. This is an RX-7. This is a Mazda RX-7, the good old FB? I don't think it's an FC, right? The photos aren't the greatest, and the FB and the FC look sort of similar. I think this is a FB. Someone in the comment right now. I see you typing it, dude. Quit typing it.
Drew, you really don't know the difference between an FB and an FC, dude? Like, who the hell are you? Who gave this guy a channel?
This is far from stock, okay? Like, there's very little things on this car still stock. It's very hard to tell. It looks like an FB. I'm sticking with FB. Either way, I like it. The wrap looks very similar to my first Mustang wrap. I mean, I want to say it's damn near identical. It is. It honestly is the same wrap. I mean, it was a plasti dip, but whatever. It's the same thing. This identical, and I miss that color. That color was fire. I really like that color, and it looks great on this car as well because it's like it just changes every time of the day, every weather. It's just a different color, and I like it. Anyways, obviously a fully fledged drag car. He's only asking $13,000, so it's probably got no motor. I would have to guess probably no motor in this bad boy, but oh, it has a 383 SBC fully built engine. Wow, I didn't know that. Fully built glide, 9-inch rear end, 4-link suspension. I was thinking this thing was barren. It comes with a motor for I guess for $13,000. So what's the cons? Bill of sale only, not street legal, must be towed. I can tow it within 15 miles of Anaheim. It's sick. I will give it that. It is very sick, but yeah, it's definitely not a street legal car. I mean, it's drag only. You can't drive this on the street. There's someone watching this thinking, oh, I'd drive that on the street. You would overheat, dude. There is no opening for your grill. There's no opening for your radiator. There's no opening for that. It is, you do a pass, you let it cool off. You do a pass, you let it cool off. That's it. Very badass car. And you don't see these A, still alive, and B, turned into this. It looks like a vet. I guarantee a lot of old heads think this is a vent when he pulls up to the track. Anyways, let's move on. Next car, and I mean, I hate to say it, but it's a Volkswagen I like. Oh God, I feel like I just ate a log of dog shit. Just saying that sentence just didn't feel right. But it's a 2008 Volkswagen Jetta 2.0 turbo sedan, 4-door, $14,500. So you could have this or this, a man's car. Anyways, let's just dive right in. He was kind enough to provide a video. I guess we could start with the video. I mean, it's all right, I guess. I mean, like, yeah, like, I mean, it's all right, I guess, for a Jetta. I mean, I guess. All right, well, the car itself ain't half bad. I could be a man and admit it. It ain't half bad. Like, if I were to own a Jetta, I would hope it looks like this. It ain't that bad. I could get behind this Jetta. Exterior wise, obviously aftermarket wheels, big brake setup. It looks pretty much stock. I mean, it's lowered, but you know, it doesn't have a big giant carbon wing or anything stupid like that. Like, it looks like if I saw this thing cruising besides the hood exit and the gigantic intercooler, I probably wouldn't bat an eye. Like, if I'm pulling up behind this, I'm probably thinking to myself, if I'm being quite honest, I'm probably thinking, look at this idiot in a Jetta who thinks he's cool. And then when I see the hood exit, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, this guy is kind of cool. This guy's probably had sex before. Let's read his description. That video was very entertaining. I will not lie. And underneath this hood doesn't look cheap. Definitely doesn't look cheap. So it's a 08 MK5. Dude, they stole the Supra name, the MK5. Wow, copycats. Anyways, now it's a MK5 GLI, 2.5 liter, 5-cylinder, 07K swapped, all-wheel drive. Posting to see what interests and offers I get for my project car. Not in a rush to sell at all. So yeah, it's a freak of nature swap. I'm sure this thing is very fun. I mean, it honestly doesn't sound too bad of a price either. $14,500. I'm curious to see what else has been done to it. Like, I think if he were to actually like explain what's been done, horsepower wise, built, not built motor, like, you know, what are we talking here? Like, what's going on here? If you were to actually explain that, one, you'd save yourself time because you're gonna have to explain that shit to like 10 idiots now before one idiot buys it. And yeah, now like I'm just gonna move on to the next car that actually shows me what's going on. I like this, but you didn't tell me anything. Bye bye. Next car. Ugh. 1991 Plymouth Laser RS turbo hatchback, $17,000. Is this? Nah, I guess the Supra was more expensive than this, but the Plymouth is more expensive than these two fucking shit boxes somehow. But $17,000. Apparently it has 300 miles on it, just cap 100%, maybe 300 miles on the build. But let's take a look at this thing. So Plymouth is one of those car manufacturers that not many people remember. Me, definitely not. I don't remember Plymouth like at all. And I mean, it's not for good reason necessarily. Like, there were some decent Plymouth cars out there, but a lot of them were just reskins of other cars, it seemed. So yeah. Now, if you are going to own a Plymouth, A, look yourself in the mirror and really ask yourself if you want to own something that looks this ugly. And B, be ready to explain to everyone what the hell a Plymouth is, because not many people know what the fuck they are. Anyways, there's some things that he did to this car that obviously I like, and we'll get to that in a second. But let's start with the things I don't like. I don't like the tire lettering. Not a fan of that. I do like his engine bay. I am a fan of that. Is he watching anime right now? Or is that like a screensaver? He's got to be watching anime right now. I don't like his gauges set up on the passenger side, very far away. You definitely can't read that as a driver. I do like his like resto mod kind of take on the Plymouth. I do also like that he has somewhat of a filter on that turbo. I mean, it's just a turbo guard, but it's better than nothing. God, that is one ugly rear end. And talk about some tiny ass brakes. I mean, I doubt there's many big brake kits for Plymouth Lasers, but damn, those things look archaic. Anyways, this car made 492 wheel horsepower and 344 torque on the dyno. And this dude's scamming everyone saying 500 wheel horsepower. Bro, that's 490. Come on, you round down. Because technically, if you want to say it's 500, you round up to 1,000. So this is pretty much 1,000 horsepower. I think that's how rounding works, right? Anyways, underneath the hood, he has a lot of nice little goodies that I do like. I wish I had some heat shielding like this for my Supra. I'll probably need it once I get the built motor in. Everything underneath the hood is just like honestly perfect. I mean, it all looks aftermarket, but everything is just like so tastefully done and so functional that like I don't think there's a nut and bolt underneath this hood that he did not change. Like his whole catch can setup is perfect. His AN lines, it's a work of art in this. Ew. His interior is even nice too. I actually like his interior a lot. I really do fuck with it. $17,000, not bad. Not bad at all. Last car is a 1989 Nissan 240 SX Coupe, 2-door.
Drew, I thought you said these are kind of like weird cars, dude. That's just a 240.
I mean, yeah, it is kind of just a 240, but it also has one of the best motors known to mankind, and that is a 2JZ. Actually, it looks like a 1JZ. Still, close enough. And right now, my dog is licking my foot, and I don't know how to feel about that. Can you stop? Let me know down below, though. Are you Team RB or are you Team JZ? Personally, I like both, but if I had to choose one just to throw in a stock swap, I'm choosing JZ all day. Stop licking my toes, dog, please. Back up. I'm trying to film a video. Anyways, it's a very clean S13. It's a coupe and not a hatch, which I think I prefer more now. I used to like the hatches more, but I think the coupes just have a better look. And I mean, anything with a JZ underneath the hood looks good to me. I wonder what trans he has. Let's actually read this really quick. Oh, there you go. R154. Another good trans. A lot of people like the W58 because it's very cheap and small, but if you want to make power, R154 is the way to go. Anyways, you can read his whole build list right here, but I'd say it's a pretty fair price for a JZ swapped S13, especially one this clean. If I had to choose a car of the episode, I'd probably go with this one. The Supra was nice as well, but I think this one's probably more set up for daily driving, where this is more of a show car with a giant turbo. This thing is actually probably really fun to drive. Fucker, he just bit my foot. Anyways, guys, hopefully you guys did enjoy this video. If you did, please let me know down below. Let me know which car was your favorite of the episode. I like them all. Honestly, that Plymouth was really cool as well. You just don't see that anymore. Anyways, let me know. Subscribe if you see any listings. Send them to my Gmail, drewpeacock.clips@gmail.com. And until next video, peace. How is it going, guys? Drew Peacock here, back with another video. And today was supposed to be the video for the unwrapping the Supra, but it is taking a bit longer than expected, and we're having some technical difficulties with the car. You'll have to see that video to understand what I mean with that. But anyways, today we're going to take a look at some other people's cars who are probably in better shape than my Supra right now. We're going to be taking a look at some tuner cars for sale. We're going to be looking at anything between built Hondas and built Corvettes and other questionable builds, and seeing if they are truly tuner cars or if people are dumb. Anyways, if you see any posts like this, send it to my Gmail, drewpeacock.clips@gmail.com. And let's go ahead and dive right in. First car, we have a 2000 Honda Civic. Nice. All right, little Honda Civic. And in the first photo, I'm seeing some meat. Okay, I'm seeing a B series. Nice. I think a turbo, maybe a hood exit right there. I don't know. Let's take a closer look at it. Okay, all right. I'm seeing some meat in the rear too. Maybe an all-wheel drive Civic. Maybe. I'm also seeing the little like drift arrow wing in the back. I don't know the actual technical name of that. I don't know if it even has one. What would this be called? Please comment it down below. But yeah, that thingy. Anyways, yeah, it's got some meat. It's got a nice B series, and it is in fact turbocharged. She's only asking $14,000 for it, which in my opinion is a little high. I've seen K-swapped cars go for around that. Now, this is in Michigan. I don't know what the market is like in Michigan. And he also doesn't specify if it's built, at least not in the description. I haven't seen all the photos, okay? I'm learning as we go. But the car looks like it's ready to dance. It looks like if you pull up on the Civic, you know, you might hear what sounds like a fart can, and you might hear what sounds like a typical Honda, but this thing's actually going to be flying. The sound is going to match the performance. Usually you see Hondas, and they're accelerating, and they're just not fucking moving. But this bad boy, I guarantee he's going to be scooting it down the road and leaving you in the dust. I hope he says the horsepower. I do see, oh, look at that little turbo inlet right there, right in the bumper. He's got the velocity stack. Oh, baby. All right, so he says it's an 8 out of 10 body. It has a few paint chips and scratches, which actually it looks pretty clean, but I wouldn't have rated it an 8 out of 10. I mean, it just looks like an average Honda Civic, but maybe it's actually better in person than what his photos show. Interior's mint. It's got the CCC Racing drag wing. I guess that's just what it's called. A VMS rear diffuser, gutted back half, which in my opinion is kind of stupid because the interiors of these Hondas weigh like nothing. I've had my whole interior pulled out, and it weighs nothing. Like besides like the factory seats, but the rear seats they weigh absolutely nothing. It's foam. Anyways, he has LED headlights, tinted, has radio and door speakers. You know, that weighs more than I guarantee everything else. Fully built B16, that's actually really cool. CSS block, Wiseco pistons, 10-to-1 ratio, Manley TT I-beam rods, ATI dampener pulley, and Type R oil pump if you guys want to read some more stuff. He also has ACI bearings, or ACL. I don't know if that's a... The important stuff is he's got a Precision 6266, he's got a full aftermarket fuel system, and he's got a built motor. That's pretty much the summary of his build list. It doesn't seem like it's all-wheel drive. I don't think you would be able to find an all-wheel drive Civic for $14,000. And I also don't think he says what trans he's on. But I also didn't read this whole thing. Oh, there we go. It's a GSR trans. There we go. M Factory LSD, which I think is the same LSD I have in mind. He claims it'll hold anywhere between 700 and 1,000 horsepower. And it makes 620 right now and runs 10 seconds in the quarter mile. That's impressive. That is really impressive. You would get gapped. I would get gapped. A lot of people would get gapped by this mean little Honda Civic. When I first started this channel, I hated Hondas, and if you build them, I respect them. Although I think that kind of goes for any car. Anyways, $14,000 honestly doesn't seem like that bad of a price, all things considered, now that I read the build sheet. Next car, we got a 2016 Lexus IS 350 F Sport. I mean, this isn't obviously his asking price, but he claims $4,500. Oh, never mind. Take over the loan. $40K. Oh, okay, all right, yeah, sure thing, bucko. Yeah. How is it? As the years go on, the cringe in the car just seems to keep getting worse. It seems like we're never going to escape this overshadowing amount of cringe that is just spoiling all of the content out there. Like, I can't go on Instagram for more than 5 minutes without being embarrassed on behalf of the content creators that I'm seeing. Now, obviously, I guess cringe is subjective. Some people do really eat this shit up, just not me. Anyways, today I'm going to look at some cringe that you guys tagged me in. Let's just see how bad it can get. Alright, first clip. This has nothing to do with people being sad, but looking at this is making me sad. Let's take a look. So, okay. I saw this and I went straight to the comments. I'm not going to lie. I went straight to the comments and was trying to figure out what was going on here. This poor Lexus LFA is being abused by these toddlers. And we've seen the clips in the past of toddlers climbing on supercars before, but never to this extent. Using a Lexus LFA as a jungle gym, that's just soul crushing. That, I mean, like, I was at a car meet and I saw a kid leaning up against my Civic and I got kind of upset. Not to the point to where obviously I'm going to yell at any kid. Kids don't know better. Usually it's the parents' fault. But this is ridiculous. Like, where are the parents? These are the questions I was thinking. Who spawned these kids in on this fucking LFA? Why are these kids on this LFA? And why do they have shoes on as well? Like, this is, oh, this hurts. Anyways, it sounds like the owners are these kids. No, I'm joking. The owners own these kids. These are the children of the owners. I don't know why I had trouble forming that sentence. My brain is melting. Anyways, just seeing this clip is just melting my brain. I can't fathom it. But yeah, it sounds like the owners, these are their kids. So yeah, I still don't know why. I believe, if I read it correctly, this is also like a week ago and I'm too lazy to go find the comment, that they don't think it's really that important and it's just a car, so let the kids have fun, blah blah blah. I don't give a damn. Yeah, I personally wouldn't let this slide. If my little Jimmy or something was gonna climb up on my car, let's just say he'd be climbing up into the car of a new parent, because I would no longer claim him. This clip does hurt me in particular. I've only seen one Lexus LFA in I think my whole life, and it's as stunning as a car as you would think. But at the end of the day, it is just a car, and if this is truly the owner's car and kids, they could do whatever he wants. Hopefully that shit is clear, broad. Oh my god, it just that hurts me. Hopefully one of them doesn't fall on the windshield. That would hurt me and the guy's bank account as well. Moving on. All right, let's take a look at this one. It says from scooter to car. Alright, so props on you for moving up in the world. You went from having a scooter to a Dodge Challenger. Very cool, very nice indeed. Now, personally, I would have fucking washed my car before filming a clip for Instagram. I don't know about you, but I mean, I washed my car before taking a photo of it. I would never dare take a photo of a dirty ass car. But then also smearing your shirt into the dirty paint on your water spot riddled car. Like, what is going on here? There is no common sense at all for this thing. You can do that all you want to your fucking scooter. Go ahead. But to the Challenger, I don't even like these boats. And you can tell this one's been out on the ocean for some time because it's got some really hard water spots on it. But still, I would never in a million years rub my shirt, my rough abrasive shirt, into some dirty ass fucking paint. There's probably STDs all over that shit. Look at how musty that looks. And yet here we are. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This guy has lost his mind, and also the comments are letting him know that yeah, it wasn't the brightest idea, just to say the least. Congrats, but that fucking sucks that you're ruining your paint. And you can also tell he filmed it a couple times because there's a couple smudge marks all in this area. The first take wasn't the winner. It seems like the fourth or fifth one was. So just know, if you do ever sell this car, put in the description, paint is brutally fucked. Sorry. Next clip. Oh god, here we go. Here we go. Had to come out soon. The depressed boy fucking videos. Oh god, let's take a look.
Eating is not good for your health. But you know what? When you speed, all the voices in your head suddenly disappears.
Bro went and did a 5-mile-an-hour pull. He literally went from 59 to 64 or 63. Was it even a 5-mile-an-hour pull? Yeah, there we go. Ended right there. Did a 5-mile-an-hour pull. Bro, you're not even speeding. Traffic's pulling on you. This Honda Civic in the distance is putting bus lengths on you, man. What's going on here? What do you mean speeding? What's going on here? Like, I'm all for driving, having fun, clearing your head if you have to. Go for it. But this guy ain't even doing what he's talking about in the videos. This dude's faking the fake. He's faking the fake. And he's also, what is he in? Are those Yeezy slides, or you got duct tape rolls around your feet? What is going on here? What is with people? This comment right here too. Speeding isn't bad for your health. It's suddenly stopping what gets you. Look, dude, you didn't even break the speed limit. It looks like you're on some sort of interstate or freeway. 65 is probably the speed limit. You ain't even speeding. You're actually causing traffic. So if you could please get the fuck out of my way. I got places to be. You're going too damn slow. I mean, he isn't a Dodge, so obviously it makes sense why he's driving so slow. Those things are slow from the get-go. Good on you for staying under the speed limit. Anyway, you know it's gonna be a good video when this is the first thing you see. All right, let's read the caption. Hashtag explore page. Hashtag explore. Hashtag X. Hashtag camera. I mean, those tags seem to work. I guess we got 16,000 likes. Let's take a look.
My ex. You want to keep it? She's all yours, pal. Just make sure you take a lot of Advil, because that bitch was a fucking headache.
Wow. So someone stole your bitch, and in response you made a Instagram reel dissing her. Okay. Cool. I mean, I guess. And all the comments are just fucking going in. Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love the internet. I get why she's your ex. I don't know why, but this voice is kind of satisfying to look. Okay, that's not what I want to. This is so cringe. Yeah, bro, she was probably embarrassed, low key. I mean, Lambo doors on the mighty V6. I mean, I'm just betting it's a V6. It could be a V8, but I mean, it definitely ain't a ZL1 or 6th gen. So you already got 2 strikes right there. You got the ZL1 front end, of course, and it's a 5th gen, which nobody fucking likes. So I bet it's automatic too. I don't even know. I'm just shooting in the dark, but I bet. Damn, I just click on this guy's profile and every fucking post is him with Lambo doors. Like, I don't know who's hyping you up with the Lambo doors, but that shit ain't it. I mean, this did get 16,000 likes, but I mean, this is below people who are still posting Fortnite content in 2023. This guy literally just chose every bad decision to modify his car. ZL1 front end on the 5th gen, sure. Lambo doors on a Camaro, sure. 2 wrap colors, or a half wrap, a split, whatever the hell you want to call it, sure. And the ugliest wicker bill and diffuser combo I think I've ever seen on a Camaro. This dude just said, fuck up my shit real quick. Yeah, I don't doubt that she's your ex, honestly, after seeing this. I don't blame her. She had her reasons. I ain't even gotta question it. Alright, oh god. What does it say? This is unhealthy. What's so unhealthy, okay? Couldn't be more unhealthy than what I just ate. You should have seen it. It was ridiculous. Okay, what I don't get is, like, why post the car, though? Like, if you want to say, like, post some sad stuff or whatever, like some deep stuff, I'm all for it, you know? I have feelings. I get sad sometimes. I'm all for it. I am a human being. But why with the car? Like, we'll talk about the car in a second, okay? I know what I'm looking at. I could see. I have eyes. But, like, once again, why are we tying this to, like, car guys? Why are we tying people being sad or being depressed or breakup stuff? Why is it car stuff? Like, personally, I think this would hit a lot harder if it was, like, him posting his girl or something, and then him, like, sitting alone. Like, that would hit a lot harder. Not him walking up to the ugliest Corolla on the face of the earth, and then it in the dark, I guess. I don't fucking know, you know? Like, oh, is it like, oh, look at the car, it's in the dark and alone, it's sad, it's depressed, it's out on the road alone, it's in the middle of nowhere, it's ready to be fucking, you know, taken hostage. I don't fucking know. Like you see what I'm saying here? Like, you can make this a lot deeper and a lot better by not posting the car. Now let's talk about the car. What in the fuck did you do to this poor Corolla, man? This thing's got 2 jobs: get you to work, get groceries, okay? If it was a cool car, I would say get bitches, but that ain't happening here. As you can see, it didn't work, okay? So that just confirmed that third part ain't part of its job description. Yeah, here we are. Here we got the Wish.com Corolla, of course. Neon underglow, tire lettering, all of the bullshit. Everything you can do. Look at the tire lettering. Look at how wimpy it looks from here. And then it also has, like, banner stickers, a wing, tow hook. Like, what? It's not even a tow hook. It's a Sirakawa, but he hasn't mounted like a tow hook. You see what I'm saying here? It doesn't make a damn lick of sense. Maybe these dudes would be able to keep their girlfriends a little bit longer if they didn't have such ugly fucking cars. Like, you know how embarrassing it's gotta be to go on a date and you're getting picked up in this? Like, you're parking at the back of the parking lot, not because you want to protect the car. No. That's not why you're trying to park away from everyone. You just don't want to be seen. I don't blame these women. These women are making good decisions, avoiding people like this. That makes a whole lot of sense. All right, last post. I didn't mean to have 3 heartbroken posts back to back to back. Well, that's just how the world works. Let's take a look. That's it. Yep, that's the whole post. Of course, he disabled comments, of course, because #alpha. And I'm also just dyslexic, so when I saw this, I thought it said, what if I pissed and never came back? And I thought it was the funniest thing ever. And then I read it again, and it said, what if I left pissed and never came back? It's way better as the first one. Like, if you posted this with the sad caption and just put something funny, it would be hilarious. Like, I was dying of laughter unintentionally because he didn't mean that. Now, I can assume why he disabled comments, because people were probably flaming him up. But if that's the case, just delete it. Like, it just seems like such a passive-aggressive, like, thing. Like, if you don't like the feedback that people are giving you, then delete the post. Like, that just makes more sense to me than that. But instead, I have a feeling he posted this to try to, like, guilt trip a girl or something, and that's why it's still up. So, I don't know. Or because it has 6,000 likes. I have no idea. I don't know this guy's thing. I'm not a psychologist. I don't know how the brain works, but still. And his dash is lit up like a Christmas tree, too. So, you know what? I'd be probably pissed too if I took my car to a mechanic and my lights were still on, I'd probably be pissed and never come back to. So maybe that's what he's referring to. Maybe he's not even talking about a girl. I could have got his whole thing wrong. That makes more sense. Anyways, guys, that's all I got for you today. I'm exhausted. These videos drain me out. Those do, because my brain just hurts after watching all those clips. Anyways, tomorrow I will finish the wrap on the IS. If you didn't see my live stream today, we were wrapping No Lift Shifts IS 300. Tomorrow we should finish that, and then I pick up my Supra on Thursday. I am in my new pad now, so we're going to do a lot more in real life content. So yeah, I hope you guys are excited. Anyways, if you see any cringe, tag me, subscribe, and until next video, peace. How is it going, guys?
Depeche Mode. Memento Mori.
There's only one nigga on the planet. I never use that word. This is the first time I've used it. I don't even think that word. But there's only one nigga on the planet. And the nigga that's on the planet is the one that is destroying the water, the one that's polluting the air, the one that is exploiting people and resources. And the only nigga on the planet is the white man and the white woman. And that our people are not niggas. We are imitation niggas. Now, what we have to do is we have to devise a system or a plan for ourselves. And I said earlier that each one of you is a system. And everything that you do, every thought that you think, either you are supporting white world current domination by your actions, what you buy, what you wear, where you go, what you eat, how you use your time. You are either supporting the white. Where you go, what you buy, what you wear, what you eat, how you use your time. You are either supporting the white people in their process of death. Every thought that you think, either you are supporting white world current domination by your actions, what you buy, what you wear, where you go, what you eat, how you use your time. You are either supporting the white. Where you go, what you eat, how you use your time. You are either supporting the white process of death.
My father taught me something. He said, you have to decide in life whether your ultimate goal is to be successful or significant. And what makes you significant in terms of the gospel is very different from what society sees as successful. Because significance for a nation
Hello, Lex here. Now, especially
in America, but everywhere we go, our people are
going, brother? Sit down, man. Where you going? We need you. Where you going, brother?
show you the
I want to say a couple of things, and I'm going to go out of bounds relative to what we've been talking about. But I started to really check things out. I went through a very, very serious change. Detroit. Not just in America, but everywhere we go, our people are dying. So the things that are operational on this planet is that white people want to kill us. I want you to understand that. They want to kill you. And it has nothing to do with what the kind of degree you have, what kind of car you have, what kind of title you have, what fraternity you belong to, what religion you belong to. They want to kill you because that is part of their plan. There are any number of reasons why they want to do that. I'm not going to waste my time trying to figure out why they want to do that. Our people are not niggas, we are imitation niggas. Psychological, economic, cultural, spiritual, social, and biological, chemical, electromagnetic. They want to kill you. They want to kill you. I saw a brother when I was coming in, he was smoking a cigarette. Now he's gonna kill himself, but they're gonna make money off of his death process. They killed Malik Green in Detroit. They want to kill you.
Marvel Studios' Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania is the #1 movie in the world.
Ready?
Ready. Critics are calling it truly exhilarating.
You're not the one with the hammer.
It's Thor. We get confused a lot. Similar body types.
It's jaw-dropping and unexpected.
He's a monster who thinks he's a god.
I am Kang! Experience the next chapter of the Marvel Universe. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters everywhere now.
Hello there. My name is Seychelle, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is the punch of flavors. You get the crispy chicken and that sourness from the pickles. Ta-da!
Order the original Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real customer paid for their testimonial.
At Metro by T-Mobile, new and existing customers get MLS Season Pass on us, now on the Apple TV app. Don't miss your favorite soccer matches, including playoffs and bonus content. Every match, with no blackouts. What's not to love? Get MLS Season Pass on us. And when you switch to Metro, get 4 lines of 5G for just $25 a line. Only at Metro. Eligible port-ins and MLS Season Pass required. Restrictions apply. See store or metrobytmobile.com for details.
Depeche Mode. Memento Mori World Tour 2023. Live across North America. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Millions of dollars worth of cocaine fell from the sky this morning outside Knoxville, Tennessee.
Inspired by true events.
Check it out. It's drugs, I think. Something got into it.
The bear. It did cocaine. A bear did cocaine.
Cocaine Bear's back.
We should go.
the universe. Apple pie from scratch. Apple pie from scratch.
I'm telling you, sometimes you just gotta say, I'm gonna stick with the apple pie. Apple pie from scratch. Apple pie. Apple pie. Apple pie. Apple pie. Apple pie. Apple pie. Apple pie.
Apple pie from scratch. Apple pie from scratch.
Apple pie. Apple pie. Sometimes you just gotta say, I'm gonna stick with the apple pie. Apple pie.
What's up, y'all? It's Chris Jansen. Check out my new song, All I Need Is You, right here on Spotify.
But hey, don't we all? When that sun goes down at the end of the day, there's just one thing I can't lose. If you're by my side, I'm better than alright. Baby, all I need is you. I wanna take a trip.
Millions of dollars worth of cocaine fell from the sky this morning outside Knoxville, Tennessee.
Inspired by true events.
Check it out. It's drugs, I think. Something got into it.
The bear. It did cocaine. A bear did cocaine. And don't let it come down.
Cocaine Bear's back.
We should go.
Oh, God. What's wrong with that bear?
Cocaine Bear. Rated R. In theaters now.
On holiday, there's nothing like doing nothing. As an Expedia member, you can save up to 30% when you add a hotel to your flight, so you can go out there with great ambition to do absolutely nothing for less. Expedia. Made to travel.
Reach out, touch faith.
Depeche Mode. Memento Mori World Tour 2023. Live across North America. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Hell yeah. That car is awesome.
So you haven't with my son or what?
I think. Hell yeah. That car is awesome.
So you haven't with my son or what?
I think we found the best car movie of all time.
We love Fast and Furious knockoff movies around here, and apparently some of our producers have found the knockiest, offest one ever. Little movie called Streets of Legend.
That is the title of the film.
Some people say it's the worst car movie ever made, but some people actually really like it. Today we're gonna watch it and decide for ourselves. I am James, he is Nolan. Welcome to Donut.
Big thanks to Valvoline for sponsoring today's video.
Basic motor oil. It'll be all right.
Stop right there!
John Ellis, founder of Valvoline?
That's Dr. John Ellis to you, Donut Boy. You call this motor oil? You might as well be using animal fat. Show some respect for your engine and use this. All new Valvoline Extended Protection Full Synthetic Motor Oil.
Isn't Valvoline like the original motor oil?
You're damn right we are. And we've been innovating America's automotive history since the even has 50% better wear protection.
Which is not
great.
This movie made $5,400 at the box office.
The cinematography is apparently really good. It won an award at the Sundance Film Festival. It won Best Dramatic Cinematography Award.
So without further ado, let's dive right into Streets of Legend. It looks like it's shot in a
I need you to proceed to Area 1, possible street racing.
It's like very artistic.
Yeah, I dig this actually.
I do appreciate that unlike all other street racing movies, including the Fast and Furious, we don't start with a like heavy, techno-y, hip-hoppy, like, all right, it's going down tonight. Gonna be there.
And then the cars are doing a burnout and a wheelie at the same time. Like,
now that we're moved, we're gonna cut to 5-6 minutes into the movie. First time you see cars, apparently.
This is Derek. 5-0 scan ahead. There is none in front of me. I am on the left lane with my hammers on. You guys all behind me?
Damn. Scooting.
Danzig is like.
All right, so that guy that just zoomed by is Derek, aka Quattro, because he's driving a B5 S4. Right off the bat, like, I think this is more realistic than any car movie I've ever seen. All the cop stuff is real cop, them getting pulled over, and then just like filming it guerrilla style. And apparently they didn't file a single filming permit. This is the raddest thing. I am embarrassed that I didn't make this movie.
Never heard of this.
Apparently this is a real ticket that they got while filming this movie.
Okay, speeding.
Yeah. Tinted windows, modified exhaust.
Lowered vehicle.
Okay, so what do we know about Derek so far? AKA Quattro. He's soulful. We can tell by his patch. And he's like a, he's like a brooding, handsome guy like us. I guess this is the scene where we meet Derek's dad, who is apparently a bit of a hard-ass.
And what is it with the lights on? Stealth mode. Stealth mode. I put a stealth boot up your ass.
Stealth mode.
Why doesn't Bob worry about Bob? Let Derek worry about Derek.
Dude, if I would have told my dad, why doesn't Dave worry about Dave? He would have just like lit me up. We've been told to skip to the point where apparently we meet the character Black Gerald. Dude, that patch, he looks like Liam Gallagher.
Yeah,
from Oasis. All right, so Black Gerald's in a Civic and he revs on Quattro when he's at the gas station, and he's like, hell no, dude. I'm not gonna let you rev on me while I'm at the gas station. Oh no, dude,
it's a chase.
Oh,
Gerald's got the NOS, baby. He's patting it.
Baby.
First one to hit 120 takes it. 120? That ain't gonna take that long. I'm boning out on your move.
I'm doing what on your move?
I'm boning out on your move.
Boning out on your move.
Boning out on your move.
Hell yeah, dude. Oh, dude, I love this.
Dude, this is the best movie I've ever seen in my life.
There's lightning now?
So Quattro, as we saw, has been beaten by Black Gerald. So in this scene, he goes to his friend Leone and explains to him, hey, I gotta be faster.
Hey, Leone! Leone! I just got smoked by Black Gerald! I just got worked by Black Gerald! Black Gerald, I'll smoke that fool! Third gear jerk!
The music is playing so loud. Just talk like this! The whole time, in this whole scene, I think we'll just talk like this! That's realistic! I don't know, I think in real life I would just like not turn it down, we just talk like this! Alright, cool, I'm gonna bone out! Dude, I think this guy was on True Life.
What?
Yeah, I think this guy was on MTV True Life on a street racer. Quattro has the wide patch.
Yeah.
It's as wide as his mouth.
And then,
takes up his whole chin. And this dude,
Leone's got
has the vertical eyebrow.
Yeah.
I am the lead master.
What?
What is this? Now they're just like doing karate. Oh. In so many car movies, it's like blah, 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 and blah, overnight parts from Japan. And in that scene, it was just like, oh yeah, we'll put bigger turbos in your car. So again, this might be the best car movie ever made.
This is really good, dude. I'm really loving it.
This is a good friend.
Yeah.
Turbos, upgraded, car, faster. Only one thing to do. Now it's time to put the money where the figurative mouth is. I'm talking the tarmac. I'm talking a street race, baby. I want to commend these guys for waiting this long to have a go like this.
Yeah.
But I think we're about to see it for the first time.
All right.
They shot this at a real
100%.
like street racing night.
Yeah.
So every movie that we've seen up until this point, the Fast and the Furious entire franchise, 200 miles per hour, very staged. Again, doing an impression of street racing. These guys took a camcorder to actual street races and filmed it, which is
pretty rad.
Bonkers. Yeah, totally insane. I love this movie.
We're not ironically liking this.
I want to
Again,
watch it and
yeah.
I want to talk to them about the process of
really
making
wanna
it. I'm
talk to
super
these people,
curious as to how they made this
Yeah.
movie and decided to make it, and how they raised over $1 million
Yeah.
to do it. If anyone who worked on this movie is watching, please hit us up in the comments. We would love to talk to you and learn more about it. This process seems fascinating. So this is when Leone of True Life fame shows up in his CRX.
Like an actual race car here.
That's a race car right there.
Nailed it.
What?
Oh!
It's impressive in a front-wheel drive.
That's pretty sick. Uh-oh.
Come on. Come on.
Come on, give you a milkshake.
Come on, give you a milkshake.
Yo, what's that, Lefties?
Like what?
Like what? That's actually pretty cool.
I like that.
No, it's not. What's your name?
Oh, it's just Derek.
Slimeball Derek. My name is.
So this is like when the two romantic interests connect.
Maybe I can call you this. Cuatro.
Oh.
She gives him his nickname.
But wait, haven't they been calling him?
No, they
that?
call him Derek. They either call him Derek or but
Right.
no, they call him Derek.
Don't you notice when the cops show up when you're about to run slime on dog? Every time we run there's always cop.
Man, when we drive around, all the cops are always us up.
Yeah, man. Let's play cards. So this is a big quarter-mile race, and I want you guys to pay attention to how they measure a quarter mile. $10.8. That's fast.
That is a fast little Civic.
This is Chato in prison.
Don't ignore me, homie. Man, homie. I don't bang, dog. The only thing I bang are homie.
Now what? Let's get down.
What?
They're gonna fight. What's up? I like how they crouch down to be under the wall, so no one can see them. But then they like immediately abandon that and start fighting. But I also like the, what's up? What's up? Nothing, dude. I'm fighting you. What's up? So shortly after this fight, Chato escapes from prison, and first thing he's gonna do is call his gal, Noza. But Noza is hanging out with Derek and his dad, Bob.
Hop in, sweetheart.
That thing rules.
Hell yeah.
You hear that, son? I hear it. That's the sound of America.
Hell yeah.
That car is awesome.
So you having sex with my son or what?
After that burnout, it's just been nothing but like a silent drive for like 7 minutes.
So you having sex with my son or what?
Hey guys, real quick, I just want to tell you about our new podcast, Donut Racing Show. It's all about Formula One racing. Whether you've been watching the sport for years or brand new to it, this is the show for you. It's available today on every podcast platform there is. So I'm going to leave a link down in the description. Go check it out. All right, back to the show.
All right, so Noza and Quattro are together. All right. And understandably, Chato is a little upset. So he goes to the only place he knows to go. The sea. Okay, so we've had a lot of character development and not a lot of car action, but we're about to change that because Chato ain't happy about Noza and Quattro dating. So he does the only thing that a man knows how to do. Hops in a car and plays a good old-fashioned game of chicken.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Chicken, flash, flash, baby.
That looks like a big Oldsmobile or a big Buick or something.
The German cars are very safe.
Yeah,
it's got airbags.
Yeah,
and
Derek
stuff.
would definitely survive way better than Chato.
Dude, this music is effective.
Those close-ups. Whoa!
Dude, that sequence.
Birds! He John Wooed us.
Yeah, he straight up John Wooed us right in our faces. Dude, the freeze on her face
that
like
was
that,
cool,
and it
yeah.
turned red.
Yeah.
Cinematic marvel. The editing, too.
Editing's really good.
Yeah. It's good. This is a good movie. This is not the worst car movie ever made. This might be the best. Thank you for watching this video and everything else on Donut Media. To make sure you don't miss anything, hit that subscribe button. We upload multiple times a week. You think you know of a bad car movie? This one ain't one. Let us know in the comments below. We're just a bunch of friends with a camera making a film.
Family.
The Fast and the Furious, we all love them, but we gotta admit, they aren't technically the best films. Today we're gonna go through the 5 cringiest lines from each film and eventually decide the single cringiest line from the entire Fast franchise. Today I am joined by my friend Nolan Sykes. I am James Pumphrey, and this is the D-List. Big thanks to Helix for sponsoring this video. Sleep is the most important meal of the day. We all know that. But making all these videos and finding time to sleep, I'm practically living at the office. And then it hit me. Why don't I actually live at the office?
James, what are you doing?
Whoa, you ever heard of knocking?
Where's my desk?
I had to get rid of it. Really stuffed up the whole bedroom vibe, you know?
James, you can't sleep in my office.
Oh, but I can, thanks to this new Helix mattress. You know, Nolan, the people at Helix know everybody's different and even developed a sleep quiz that matches your body type and sleep preferences to the perfect mattress for you. I prefer middle-of-the-road firmness and often sleep on my tum-tum. So, I got paired with the Helix on cars from building to building. This is only terribly written and performed dialogue from 8 of our favorite movies. And I say 8 because we're not including Hobbs and Shaw or The Fast 9 because we haven't seen that
not out
one
yet.
Before we get into it, Nolan, I got you a little present.
Oh.
Because it's so fun to have you on this show with
Thank
me.
you.
Here you go.
All right. I'm going to let the audience see what this is before I... What? So this is Dom's necklace.
Yeah, it's movie accurate. And because we're a family, I got myself one too.
Awesome. I love this. I love working here.
We're starting with The Fate of the Furious, the 8th movie. Or as most of you probably know it, the one with the ice charger.
Car is the fastest car in the island. Do you know what he has under that hood?
He knows it doesn't matter what's under a hood. The only thing that matters is who's behind the wheel.
Okay, that's pretty cringy. That's totally on brand for Dom.
It's not the cringiest, I don't think.
Not by a long shot. Sometimes it does matter what you have under the hood.
Yeah, for sure.
Quite a bit. I would give that 3 on the cringe scale, honestly.
From 1 to 10? Yeah, I'll say 3.
Laughing gas?
Nah, Fed. This is Cuban Nas.
You guys are crazy. What are you doing?
Poor man's turbo. Pull the vacuum line and hold on.
Nah, fam. Cuban Nos.
But it is technically nitrous oxide, right? It's like just it's medical grade nitrous.
Yeah. Why is there the qualifier of Cuban Nos?
Mhm.
I'm gonna give that like a 7.
I was thinking 7
Pretty strong
too.
7.
Yeah.
You won my car,
Oh.
and you earn my respect.
Keep your car. Your respect is good enough for me.
Yeah! I love that.
He's kind of preachy at this point.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's like always teaching people lessons.
When he wins this race, he barrel rolls out of the car and is immediately surrounded by children.
Like Jesus.
Like he's Jesus.
Yeah, even though he just shot a flaming 6-ton meteor into the ocean. I give this one a 2.
Yeah, 2.
It's cringy though.
I'm with you. Yeah.
I want every chip with a
Sick
zero-day
dread.
exploit in a 2-mile radius around that motorcade now.
There's over 1,000 of them.
Hack 'em all.
We know this is impossible.
Hack 'em all. Hack 'em all. Hack 'em all. You, single person.
Hack them all. Do a little typing.
Okay, good. I got it.
Wasn't that hard?
Like it was so easy for him. The fact that he mentioned it at all makes him a bad employee. Like he's like,
Hey, do that thing that I hired you for that's gonna take you literally 2 seconds.
But the thing you asked me to do is this.
Yeah, do it.
Okay, I did it.
That's pretty cringe.
It's also like I just knew that line was coming watching this. I'll give that a 6.
I agree. I think this is like a 6.
You gotta have about 2,000 horsepower in that thing. Try 3,000.
Try 5.
Try 6. Try 7. Try 11,000.
Like, what's so funny about this to me is that like you just wouldn't have 5,000 horsepower in a street car like Dom. Like that would be something completely undrivable. It's just not. I don't know.
I think there's like a number of different types of cringy that shows up throughout this entire franchise. One is like just technical inaccuracy. The other type of cringy is just like bad writing. And I think this is an example of both.
Yeah, for sure. It's even funnier that they're all doing burnouts at the same time and nobody can figure out why they can't pull. It's like, just like
one of you let go.
Yeah, one of you stop. Yeah, exactly.
I'd say it's solid 5 for me.
I'll agree.
All right. That was Fate of the Furious. This is Furious 7, AKA the one with the skydiving.
You sure as hell ain't the IT guy, so you better start talking before I break that finger 6 different ways and stick it right where the sun doesn't shine. You just earned yourself a dance with the devil boy. You're under arrest.
That's a line that you would write when you're making a little movie with your buddies in high school.
Exactly, yeah. It sounds like a child is trying to be tough.
You just heard a dance with the devil boy. You're under
I think this is cringy. I think like at this point, The Rock and Jason Statham, like their whole being is cringy in these films at this point. So I'm gonna go ahead, start off strong. I think this is our first The Rock line. An 8.
Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah.
Give us the girl, and I'll let you live.
What's she going to do?
You might want to put on your helmet for this one.
I do believe this is the only time in the series that
Where
helmets-
anyone wears a helmet? Yes! Tyrese does a demo derby with no helmet on. And no seatbelt.
Like he just had that in his car the whole time.
Yeah, put it on. Put on a helmet.
You might want to put a helmet on for this one.
You might want to put a helmet on for this
come
one.
on, Vin.
All of you guys might want to put a helmet on for all of these. You just drove a car out of a plane, sir.
I don't think it's too cringy.
It's not too cringy, but now that you point out the circumstances.
Yeah. I'm gonna give this a 3.
And I'm going to go ahead and give it a 5. So we
5,
have
okay.
the average of 4. That's the first time we've disagreed, but like
I thought the delivery was pretty good.
it's great performance. Don't get me wrong.
Like in Hypersport, $3.4 million, 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds. There's 7 of these things in the world, and this guy keeps it locked up in a vault.
Nothing sadder than locking a beast in a cage.
Oh yeah.
So he's already starting off riffing off the Smashing Pumpkins.
Vin Diesel, huge Smashing Pumpkins fan. I don't like this car. It's not a real car. It doesn't work.
Like, I looked it up after I watched this. I was like, Top Gear's got to have driven this thing at some point, right?
Nobody's driven it.
It's only like supercar vloggers who are like walking around it. So I'm very skeptical of this car.
It's vaporware.
We can factor that out. Nothing's sadder than a beast locked in a cage.
I think 4. It's not.
Yeah.
For all things considered, it's not that bad.
No, it's just really fun.
You ever heard the saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend?
I don't have friends. I got family.
Boom!
Well, I got a lot of friends.
I'm not gonna lie.
Pretty good.
That's a sick line, dude. Dom came at him with like a, I'm about to put you to bed, son. And then Jason Statham's like, your family. That's tight, dude.
That's pretty good.
0.
Pretty badass. Yeah.
0. That's tight. That is tight. That is not cringy at all. That is dope.
Thing about street fights,
Yeah?
the street always wins.
How does the street always win?
Street's undefeated, bro.
No, not the streets. The literal street always wins.
A street fight is not a fight with the street.
No.
A street fight is a fight on the streets.
On the street. And this is the moment where, like, Universal wants their own superhero franchise, and they made Dom a superhero when he literally kicks a parking garage apart.
If you told me to write a cringy line in a movie, I couldn't do it this well.
I just...
9.
9?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Okay, 9.
Which brings us to Fast and Furious 6, No Thes, AKA the one where Letty is a bad guy.
It's okay. You're just in time.
You're gonna be a great father, Brian.
You're gonna be a great
What
father,
makes you so
Brian.
sure? Because I'll be there to kick your ass if you ain't.
That's like a line that like your real brother-in-law says, and like you don't really like him. You know, he's kind of like a piece of shit, and it's like, all right, man, kick my ass. I think it's like a dumb thing to say to a dude. It's not the cringiest line. I give it a 4.
No, it's not, yeah.
4?
4's good.
All right.
So you're gonna my sister, huh? Don't be a about it or I'll kill you.
So now we got cars flying in the air on some 007 type. This is not what we do.
Man, you really gotta check that emotion. Your voice just went from Shaggy to Scooby-Doo. This is not what we...
What is happening? Like, I think whoever wrote this movie, like, was like on the wrong medication or something.
Okay, you've been in movies, and you told me one time that you got on set and that they had like half a script and the director was like, just improv.
Yeah.
Do you think that's what happened for this movie?
Yeah, I think that Judd Apatow ruined movies because now everything is just like riff.
That Scooby-Doo line was absolutely improv because he didn't even commit to the rut row. He's just like, there was Scooby-Doo, now there's Shaggy.
Yeah, it's like, what? 6.
6, yeah. I don't know what's happening.
What do we know?
We know they have to be running custom engines. You heard that flip car going through those gears.
Sequential transmission.
That didn't sound like a normal engine.
It was a turbo diesel. It sounded like something you hear at Le Mans.
Did you see it take all those hits and still stay flat in the corners?
Yeah, hydraulics.
Or magnetic suspension.
I think like sometimes they do this weird thing where they're like, guys, remember it's a car movie, so we better put some car stuff in.
Yeah, Fast and Furious has a proud tradition of doing a thing where all the characters get around a table.
Yeah.
And then they just like pan the camera back and forth as characters say lines.
I think we should watch a bunch of clips from the Fast and Furious and then rank them on the level of cringiness.
Is the movie gonna have cinematography and audio mixing?
Yeah, probably has a first AD working on it too.
Whoa, that's like something you'd see at the cinema.
I'd
like
say
a 2.
It's a hell of a car. You're talking about twin turbo V8 spitting out 560 ponies, son.
He reads the brochure. I'm proud. But with cars, you have to customize. It's all between you and the car you build. It's a bond, it's a commitment.
Sounds like a marriage.
Yeah, but with cars, when you trade up, they don't take half your shit.
It goes through. I think we just learned something about Ludacris's character.
Really did.
Tej, he got divorced from Sookie, and she took half his shit.
He like
He's
so angry.
He's so mad. He just downs his drink.
I love it.
I love it.
What do you think?
I think that's a solid 6. 5 or 6.
I'd say, yeah, 6. We'll say 6.
That's definitely the line I've laughed the
It's
hardest
really
at.
funny.
Shaw's in London.
Let's go pick him up.
Woman, you just don't pick up Owen Shaw like his groceries. You want to catch wolves, you need wolves. Let's go hunt.
Let's go hunting, woman. It's like he's drunk. Did you hit your head?
We got groceries. We got wolves. We got hunting.
That line is dumb.
That is true.
7. What a dumb line. Moving on to Fast 5, the shortest title of any in the series, also known as the one with the bank vault.
The men we're after are professional runners. They like speed and guaranteed to go down the hardest possible way. So make sure you got your underwear on. We find them, we take them as a team, and we bring them back.
What is funderwear? And why would you want to be wearing it in this situation? Like, what does funderwear mean? This, like, to me, like, my first instinct is like, oh, some kind of like sexy. Like, maybe
Put on
like,
those silk boxer briefs, boys.
the like 5th line that The Rock says in the series is funderwear.
I think that's worse than Dance with the Devil.
Yeah.
2008. So I think
This is a 9
for sure.
Two things. One, I need a translator. Patrol officer. You heard me.
But why? We have many more experienced people.
I like her smile.
What's the second thing?
Stay the out of my way.
Damn, that's tight. I don't think he's necessarily objectifying her.
Nah.
I think he's just being like, you don't need a reason, dummy.
Exactly. That's
Like,
how
he's
I-
basically
that's
saying
how
like,
I hear it.
I don't know, I like the socks or whatever,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And stay the out of my way.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
So, 1.
Pretty clever.
Yeah.
Haven't heard that before.
Yeah,
1. Yeah.
Good news, bad news. You know I like my dessert first.
You know I like my dessert first. Again, he probably didn't write that.
Yeah. It's a terrible line. Like, for a screenwriter to write.
Yeah.
It's a dumb,
it's a cliche,
dumb
for sure.
cliche line. But
It
the
makes
precedent that has been set
Yeah.
by The Rock's line so far, I'm going to give it a 4.
Yeah, it's pretty benign.
Shadow, you're on the roof. I want you on Overwatch in case somebody comes back for something. Mac, give me a cross-check on Reyes, full specs. If he goes to the John, I want to know how many times he shakes it.
You got it, boss.
You can tell that The Rock played football all the way to the college level.
for
He
sure.
wrote that line for sure because when he was at Miami, at some point, the coach said something like, you boys will be in your hotel by 5 p.m., right after dinner. And if you go to the John, I want to know how many times you shake it. You know, and he's like, that's so cool. I'd like, that's a 6.
I like 5, but
Yeah, okay.
5.
Okay, 5.
Yeah.
Stick to the plan.
You say what? This just went from Mission Impossible to Mission and freaking Sanity.
I think that the written line was, we've just gone from Mission Impossible to Mission Insanity.
Yeah.
And to be more comfortable with it, he added the frickin'.
Yeah,
And I think he ruined the line and made it cringy.
Yeah, I like Tyrese a lot.
Yeah, he's cool.
What do you think? Like a 5?
I'd say a 5.
All right.
That's the last quote we have from Fast 5, which brings us to the 4th film in the franchise, Fast and Furious. No thes.
So this was like the soft reboot where they brought the original cast back, and it's got the tunnels.
Yeah, this is the one with the tunnels. I also want to point out that these movies have phenomenal actors in them. Like, just like Helen Mirren is
Helen
in the 8th
Mirren.
one. This
Charlize
guy's
Theron's a great-
Charlize Theron's a great actor.
Great
She's
actress.
won an Oscar. You just can't say no to the Fast and the Furious, and I won't either. So hit me up, Justin Lin.
I got a name. David Park.
That's it? That's all you got? David Park? I could throw a fortune cookie out this window and hit 50 David Parks right now.
It's Korean, not Chinese.
Whatever.
This line is cringy for like a whole new reason. Like, this is just like so racist.
It's just racist.
Like,
yeah.
straight up.
Whatever.
Whatever.
That's pretty cringe.
That's pretty cringe. I'm gonna give it a 9.
All right.
Man, every corner's got a chingadera tuna racing for pinks. That's not what Braga's got me looking for. But I got someone that would sell the abuelita to be behind the wheel.
It would make me uncomfortable. I don't even want to rate these. And you know a white guy wrote it. Because like the Spanish words he peppered into the sentence were abuelita.
The only Spanish that white guys know?
Yeah, he knows 4 Spanish words and that's 2 of them. 6.
6, okay. Yeah.
20% angel, 80% devil.
What? It sounds like a bad cologne
It's
line.
like a bad Facebook meme you would see with like Tweety Bird.
Yeah.
It's like an 8 for me.
Yeah,
I don't know
man.
what the context is.
Yeah, I don't
so
need to.
funny.
What did you say? I said only run nitro meth.
What? Like the fuel? Only or nitromethane?
I mean, I've spent a lot of time at like the drag strip where
Yeah.
top fuel cars
He's
run.
called your dad a
Yeah, I'm gonna fight Vin Diesel. Dom using the word
It doesn't feel good.
is really weird.
He has a lot of powerful women in his life.
Yeah, it's weird.
I didn't think that's a 9.
It's a 9 for you.
It's just like, what? Do you even know Dom?
It's just weird. Like hearing him say that is just so
It's
out
like,
of character.
It like,
jarring.
like a lot of these, I'm like, that's stupid. This one, I like actually, ugh.
Yeah.
Like it didn't feel right.
Oh, gnarly.
How much later in the film is this? I don't know what to say.
I can't believe they bookended like the story and climax with Dom saying.
I think the score is like a 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that brings us to the 3rd film in the series, Tokyo Drift, aka the one with Little Bow Wow, aka the one without any of the other guys in it, aka the one with the kid with the forehead.
I only race for pink slips. This car goes for 80 grand. What would I do with a broken ass piece of like that?
How about me? Winner gets me.
I need to talk to your parents. It's just like
it's so
what?
it's really gross.
And you know a guy wrote that.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
It's so weird. 8. I give it an 8.
Okay, 8. Oh, classic. We both did the white guy.
For when you blow your wad, man.
You're my good friend. Okay. Yeah. I would not prepare
tissue for your issue.
That one's just gross. Yuck.
Yeah, I'm also feeling a strong 8 on that one.
Yeah, that's an 8.
Nina, I don't need a computer to tell me about my throttle response.
You wouldn't have that problem with a V8.
I mean, you might.
Coming from blow your wad or you can have me.
Yeah.
This is like an actual conversation that I feel like happens in the pits at FD
For sure,
consistently.
for
It's
sure.
like this is like normal car person banter.
Yeah, like
you like this thing, I'm innocently poking you
Yeah.
because I like this thing and I think it's better. So
give that like a 1.
yeah, honestly.
Felt like
everything else just disappears.
no past, no future.
No problems. Just the moment.
Very cliche.
Right.
Like that's something you'd see on like a really bad Instagram caption today. Even.
It's a terrible line, but in the Fast and the Furious sense, I think it's like
Pretty benign.
5. Where's she spitting?
Because of the plug.
What is spitting?
She's spitting.
Oh, it's what she's doing?
Yeah. I just changed my spark plug like last night. If I was like, hey, this is why she's spitting.
She'll be
You'd
like,
what? What?
Yeah, that's stupid. That's like a 7.
Yeah, I agree.
6 or 7.
7.
Which brings us to Too Fast, Too Furious. In my opinion, the best of the series. It's directed by John Singleton. He wrote and directed Boys in the Hood. Like, important director.
Hey, make sure you bring that body by the garage later, all right? So, you know, we can work on that front end of yours.
Maybe I will.
That could have gone either way. She was into it.
She was. You got to know your audience.
They obviously have like a history.
They have prior history, yeah. Yeah, don't do that at a car show.
No.
With somebody you don't know.
But it's like she's like his girlfriend. So like,
yeah,
one.
But these Creases pieces, that's a 10.
This episode of the D-List is brought to you by Creases Pieces.
Looks like we're gonna be partners, bro.
Yeah.
Could you tell me right quick what would be better motor for my Skyline, a Gallo 12 or a Gallo 24?
24.
I didn't know pizza places made motors.
Got him.
Oh, my pizza.
This is how f***ing dumb. How did this guy become a cop? And then like the other cops were like, you know what? I trust this dope to go undercover and not forget that he's not supposed to tell anybody that he's a cop. This dude literally forgot where he just ate.
I didn't know pizza places made engines. That's pretty good.
Oh. This is brought to you by
Creases pieces, that's a 10.
This episode of the D-List is brought to you by Creases Pieces.
Looks like we're gonna be partners, bro.
Yeah.
Could you tell me right quick what would be better motor for my Skyline, a Gallo 12 or a Gallo 24?
24.
I didn't know pizza places made motors.
Got him. Oh,
my pizza.
This is how f***ing dumb. But it's like she's like his girlfriend. So like,
yeah,
one.
But these Creases pieces, that's a 10.
This episode of the D-List is brought to you by Creases Pieces.
Looks like we're gonna be partners, bro.
Yeah.
Could you tell me right quick what would be better motor for my Skyline, a Gallo 12 or a Gallo 24?
24.
I didn't know pizza places made motors.
Got him. Oh,
my pizza.
This is how f***ing dumb. How did this guy become a cop? And then like the other cops were like, you know what? I trust this dope to go undercover and not forget that he's not supposed to tell anybody that he's a cop. This dude literally forgot where he just ate.
I didn't know pizza places made engines. That's pretty good. I like
cool.
that.
Yeah. I think it's like
Fair
a
enough.
5.
Okay. 5?
Yeah.
Can I get you down to 4?
I'll do 4.
All right.
I'll do 4.
Don't even think about taking the convertible.
Okay.
It's the ugliest car I've ever seen.
No, that's cool. That's too much chrome for me anyways.
The third gen Eclipse or the Evo? Aw. Dang. Okay.
I hate the Eclipse in this movie.
It's the worst car. You've already ranked it as the worst car in any Fast and Furious movie, and I 100% agree.
7?
7?
7?
6? I also don't want to encourage you to go too high. If you
All
want
right, so 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
6.
Oh, I forgot about this.
Let your man go, huh?
Drop it. I don't want to talk about it.
Drop it, hell. I want to hear about this, homie.
I said forget about it, cuz.
Yes!
Best line.
Yes!
This line has been somewhat of like a reoccurring joke in the donut Slack channels over the years.
Forget about it, cuh.
So good.
10.
Yeah.
10.
I'm not even gonna debate you.
I don't even want to spend any more time on it.
Yeah.
10.
Look at that. Hey, where'd you get them cars up out of a cereal box?
Nice, got him.
Hey, real funny, Fonzie.
I think the line is meant to be delivered. Hey! Real funny, Fonzie. And I think Tyrese has never seen Happy Days.
It's very possible.
And I think the director probably spent multiple takes trying to explain to Tyrese what Happy Days is, it's a show, who Fonzie is and what Fonzie's signature line, hey! And after the 12th take,
I was like, all right,
he's like, all right, guys, moving
sun's
on.
going. They had been there since like 10.
Yeah,
the sun's going
when they
down.
pull up, it's like bright. This is the next day. We'll go on in the morning.
5.
Yeah, it's like a 5. Guys, we've been through 7 Fast movies. We're finally at the original, the one that started it all, The Fast and the Furious.
Talk to me, Jesse. This ain't working, brother.
It's your fuel map. It's got a nasty hole. That's why you're unloading in third.
I told you we started.
That length in the injected pulse, another millisecond, just tune the NOS timer, you'll run 9s.
I mean, Jesse's talking about tuning, but like
he's not gonna run 9s in his Maxima.
We gotta look at your field mapping. You got a huge hole. It's really weird.
Nolan, you have a huge hole.
Yeah. That's why I'm always dropping in third. It's really funny that they gave Vince, who's like the secondary antagonist in the movie, the weakest of the cars, I think. Whereas parked right next to him, there's an R33
Skyline that they don't even talk about. This movie is gonna be some heavy hitters.
I think so.
Yeah. 7.
Okay.
6.
6.
6.
Try Fat Burger from now on. You get yourself a double cheese with fries for $2.95.
I like the tuna here.
Bullshit. No one likes a tuna here.
Yeah, well, I do.
Time out. What the hell is your problem, man?
That guy's such an
Why are all these other people that we like friends with this dude?
I don't know.
He says the other F word.
Yep.
He disses the Toretto's family business. It's like tuna's not hard to make. No one likes the tuna here has become an iconic line.
Yeah.
I think it's 8.
8? Yeah, okay.
I need NOS. I need NOS.
Amateurs don't use nitrous oxide. I've seen the way you drive. You got a heavy foot. You'll blow yourself to pieces.
I need one of these. One of the big ones.
Like, because of this scene, people started referring to nitrous oxide as NOS, which is just a brand of nitrous oxide. But that, I mean, after this, for like 10 years, even today, everyone calls it NOS.
Yeah.
Because of this line. That's like an 8 for me as well.
Yeah, because why do you need 2 bottles? You're going one drag race.
Brian, heavy foot.
Yeah. 8.
Ow! I smell skanks. Why don't you girls just pack it up before I leave tread marks on your face?
I watched these movies with my girlfriend who hasn't seen them, and she was like, so her entire character development is just having a bad attitude.
My favorite part is
This is the second time we've seen a sniff on this list. This is also the, let's go hunting.
Yeah, maybe Michelle Rodriguez is like, hey, welcome to the franchise. Throw some sniffs in there. I don't know, man.
I'm so brain dead at this point.
Me too.
6. 6.
6, okay.
We're now on the final line.
Get some snacks for this one.
From the Fast series. It's been really hard to whittle them down. I know that there's some that we missed. These are the cringiest ones that we could find. Let's go hunting.
Granny shifting, not double clutching like you should.
Classic.
You're lucky that 100-shot of NOS didn't blow the welds on the intake.
Granny shifting, not double clutching like you should.
The
James.
first one, like this movie is hard to judge all the cringy lines because almost every cringy
single
line is printed on a t-shirt.
Yeah.
And almost every cringy line is such a huge part of pop culture at this point.
Yeah.
That like, it's just in a different realm. At this point, this isn't cringy, this is culture.
Yeah. It's gone from cringe to culture, but I still don't know what granny shifting, not double clutching like you should means.
Means shifting like a granny and not double clutching like you should. What is that? I mean, it's cringy. It's the cringe that launches out.
Don't know what granny shifting, not double clutching like you should means.
Means shifting like a granny and not double clutching like you should. What is that? I mean, it's cringy. It's the cringe that launched 1,000 ships. I give it a 10.
10?
Yeah.
I love it.
Now that makes this obviously the cringiest line in this movie. But now it's tied with, I said forget about a cuh from Too Fast. So which is the more cringy line?
It's weird because now it's like technical cringe versus just pure delivery and character cringe. What are you thinking?
I think we have to go with granny shifting instead of double clutching like you should.
Whoa.
Because it is the first cringe line. It's how we got here. Cringiest character in the whole series with a total of 67 points. What's a good track car? Miata. Cheap, fun weekend car? Miata. Best car to haul my hairdresser supplies? Miata. No matter the question, Miata is always the answer. How did it get here? What makes it so great? You're about to find out, dude. This is everything you need to know to get up to speed on the Mazda Miata. In 1962, Americans watched Sean Connery cruise through the countryside in a Sunbeam Alpine II, a car so tiny he couldn't drive it with both elbows inside the vehicle. It sparked a love affair with an idea, a fun-to-drive, low-to-the-ground machine that was both freeing and exhilarating. Yes, America loves her muscle and pony cars, but the market opened up for the elegance, simplicity, and allure of the seductive British Roadster. One problem, most of these cars fucking sucked. Great Britain used up all their good metal fighting Nazis.
See how feed us into your Nazi boss.
Add to that the fact that they had crazy wiring issues since they were put together in some Shropshire barn by a bunch of dudes who look like me. In 1976, Bob Hall, a Motor Trend contributor who specialized in Japanese cars, met with the R&D department at Mazda. Department heads Kenichi Yamamoto and Guy Arai asked him what he would like to see Mazda make in the future. He immediately started waxing nostalgic about the death of the great British Roadster. The head of Mazda at the time, Kawai Matsuda, scoffed at the idea. A Japanese company building a British Roadster?
Inconceivable!
In 1981, Hall found himself in charge of product planning for Mazda USA, and Yamamoto was in a position to approve new projects. They discussed the crazy lightweight Roadster idea once more, and this time, with a handshake, Bob Hall began the work of developing a Mazda Roadster. But who could Hall go to create a British-inspired Roadster for American and Japanese drivers? He'd need to find a designer. Then he'd need to find someone with American automotive pedigree. Or he could find them all in Mark Jordan. Basically, the Michael Jordan of car stuff at the time. In 1981, Jordan, a family legacy at General Motors, was in charge of the most successful arm of GM in Europe, Opel. And the idea of resurrecting the Roadster was all the convincing he needed. The two helmed the initial stages of concept and design, pushing for a lightweight sports concept, and in less than a year, Mazda approved the Offline 55 project. Offline 55 wasn't a code name for the car. Instead, it was a new system of development where Mazda would pit their North American design team against their team in Tokyo. Just like my dad pitted me and my siblings against each other for his affection. It was an effort to change the way that Mazda brought new concepts to the streets and hopefully expand their clout in international markets. Hall brought on Tony Montana as chief designer for Mazda North American operations. The two men put together plans for a small sports car heavily influenced by the Lotus Elan and available in both a soft and a hard top. They called it the Duo 101. Get it? Duo. Both kinds of tops! In 1984, they took all the drawings of their car and headed to Tokyo to be judged. The Tokyo team brought in two plans, a front-engine, front-wheel drive car, and a mid-engine, rear-wheel drive layout. Yamamoto was impressed by both teams and wanted to take the competition one step further. Kumite, a fight to the death! Just kidding, he just had both teams make clay models and the American team won. There was one theme that would guide Mazda through the MX-5's development and future redesigns. Jinbai Atai.
Jinbai Atai.
Rider and horse, one body. It originated from the Japanese martial art of horse-mounted archery and helped Mazda realign how the world saw cars. Jinbai Atai dictated that the car would be as small and compact as possible, as comfortable as possible, and keep the front engine rear-wheel drive layout with a perfect 50-50 weight distribution. Under these tenets, the Mazda MX-5 was unveiled at the 1989 Chicago Auto Show. As reviews came rolling in, interest mounted almost exponentially. Dealers found themselves with multi-page waiting lists of hairdressers saying, "Finally, a car made for us!" Mazda Miata, the Diet Coke of cars. Sure, it's mostly for girls, but some cool dudes like them too. The Mazda MX-5, now known in the States simply as Miata, was also very affordably priced. The minimally equipped base model was available at under 14 grand. And really, who needs AC if the top's down all the time? A radio? F it. I got an engine, the sound of the wind, and the birds celebrating my arrival. That's all the symphony you'll ever need, Dad! Another thrill of the Miata, ease of maintenance. A home mechanic could do most of the maintenance themselves. And it was so easy that modification began to proliferate. Now anybody could enjoy the thrill of a traditional, comfortable, responsive roadster. And those who did instantly fell in love.
I love him! I don't care who knows it!
Mazda loved their Miata as well. A new performance division began in November 1991 in Tokyo under the name M2 Incorporated, also known as Mazda 2. M2 created niche autos derived from Mazda's volume products, sort of like AMG or M Division for BMW. They made 3 kick-ass versions of the MX-5 that were only available in Japan, so rest of the world. One thing the M2 release did do was establish that the Miata was a badass race car. After 10 years of accolades for the first gen Miata, the NA, the redesigned MX-5 was previewed at the Tokyo Motor Show in October of 1997. The second gen Miata featured a more powerful engine and borrowed styling from the FD RX-7. The most distinguishing difference were the headlamps. The first gen's badass pop-ups no longer passed pedestrian safety tests and were replaced with fixed ones. F***ing pedestrians! Further, the new design was more aerodynamic and significantly reduced drag. And it got VVTi, variable valve timing. It's like VTEC. By the year 2000, enough Miata lovers were taking their cars to the track that NASA, the race guys, not the space guys, set a special class for the Miata. And Spec Miata was born. People love racing these cars! And remember the M2 division from before? Well, they're called Mazda Speed now. And in 2004, they rolled out another performance Miata, the turbocharged Mazda Speed MX-5. It made 178 horsepower and had a front-mounted intercooler. And guess what? If you couldn't get one from the dealer, you could build your own. Mazda continued making a bunch of Miatas, but whereas the first two generations of the MX-5 set a bar for the resurrected car class, by the mid-2000s, they were competing with other companies. Jaguar had been making the XKR since '96. Toyota turned out the MR2 Spider, with a Y, in '99. In 2004, we saw the release of the Audi TT Roadster, the BMW Z4, the Porsche Boxster S, and the Nissan 350Z. And nobody was talking about the MX-5. Various iterations and facelifts graced the third generation Miata between 2005 and 2014. But Mazda seemed cursed by its own success. People knew it was a great roadster, but that meant they could never be surprised. Mazda had to reinvent the car that they used to reinvent the Roadster. The fourth generation MX-5 debuted in 2016. It's 4 inches shorter and 220 pounds lighter than its predecessor. That's like having me not in the car with you anymore. The car was launched with both a 6-speed manual and a 6-speed automatic. It had 150 horsepower and has returned to its road-hugging reputation as the most exhilarating little monster on the road. And look at it. Look at an aggressive little cute monster. It's all those little squinty eyes. Woof. Additionally, a partnership with Fiat Chrysler meant that in 2016, the MX-5 had not only redefined the Roadster, but it also gets credit for reinvigorating the entire Fiat brand. It's fun, it's cheap, it's reliable. You can't go to a track without seeing a Miata, and you can't see a Miata driver without an ear-to-ear smile on their face. I mean, unless they got a divorce or their dog died or something. That's everything you need to know to get up to speed on the Mazda Miata. Tell us how we're doing. Tell us what cars you would like to get up to speed on. Do pop-up headlights really endanger pedestrians that much? Don't forget to subscribe and share. What is the biggest thing that you have ever fit inside of a Miata? Do you think I would look like Donkey Kong in Mario Kart if I drove a Miata?
Depeche Mode. Memento Mori World Tour 2023. Live across North America. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Streaming now on Spotify. Avalanche the Architect. Add Avalanche the Architect to your Spotify playlist now.
Listen to the In Good Faith podcast for first-person stories of faith and belief.
Holy envy. It's a stolen phrase, a borrowed phrase from Krister Stendahl, but what I loved about it before I ever knew where it came from or who said it was the curiosity it engenders. The phrase itself puts a question mark in the air, and I always think that's a fabulous way to begin a conversation.
A new episode every Sunday. Tap the banner to listen to In Good Faith now.
Oh, sit here. Thanks.
Hey, I saw you give up your seat for the woman with the oxygen tank. Another way to show her your good side? Donate at Grifols Plasma, because she also relies on plasma-based medicines.
Next stop,
Find a center at grifolsplasma.com.
Receive up to $700 your first month.
I'm aware that there's still some who would question or even justify the attempts of 9/11. But let us be clear. Al-Qaeda killed nearly 3,000 people on that day. The victims were innocent men, women, and children from America and many other nations who had done nothing to harm anybody. Yet Al-Qaeda chose to ruthlessly murder these people, claim credit for the attack, and even now stakes their determination to kill on a massive scale. They have affiliates in many countries. Terrible plan. Trying to expand their reach. These are not opinions to be debated. These are facts to be dealt with. These are not opinions to be debated. These are facts to be dealt with.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th. Horrible accident. Terrible pilot.
united in our resolve to protect our nation and to bring those who committed this vicious attack to justice.
When you go on holiday, there is no finer achievement than doing absolutely nothing. Nothing on the beach, nothing by the pool, walking kind of nowhere, and chatting about nothing. As an Expedia member, you can save up to 30% when you add a hotel to your flight. So you can have a bit more money to go out there with great ambition to do absolutely nothing. Expedia, made to travel.
Hey guys, this is Kenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home, or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
The groundbreaking series is streaming Wednesday, exclusively on Disney+.
You have removed your helmet. You are a Mandalorian no more.
I'm going to Mandalore.
There's nothing left.
All right, kid, you ready for an adventure?
May the Force be with you!
Don't miss.
This is the way.
The epic return of The Mandalorian Season 3, streaming Wednesday, only on Disney+.
Texturing. It's totally free. You know that update guys but that one out. Going to be three things coming from texturing.
Whatever you lead can only grow as much as you do. Dave Ramsey here. And on the Entree Leadership Podcast, you'll pull up a chair to real life, real-time business and leadership coaching. I want to talk to you directly about your toughest challenges as a leader to help you tactically grow your business and grow yourself. Be sure to follow the Entree Leadership Podcast. This is everything you wanted to know about business and leadership, but you didn't know who to ask. Join us.
My husband's gambling problem had taken over. He was almost unrecognizable to me and our son. Something had to change. I looked for support and found a counselor. My husband also got help. Piece by piece, we're coming back together as a family. If you or a loved one is being negatively impacted by gambling, find free or low-cost resources at projectworthnv.org.
Paid for by the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services with state funds allocated to problem gambling services.
There's no race quite like a NASCAR race in Vegas. The entertainment capital of the world welcomes the return of revving engines, NASCAR's top stars, and speeds of 180 miles per hour at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, March 3rd through 5th for the Pennzoil 400. Get your weekend tickets now while seats are still available.
Bowman, the showman, has won at Las Vegas in overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your Vegas engine and get ready for the most exciting racing venue on the circuit in the entertainment capital of the world.
Ay, mija, abuelita's on her way and I still need to shop for the party.
No worries. Let's order Instacart.
Instacart?
See, Emma, we can order groceries and more online and get everything delivered in as fast as an hour.
Everything for dinner?
the dance. Come on and hear our opening invitation to the dance. Come on and hear our opening invitation to the dance. Come on and hear our opening invitation to the dance. Come on and hear our opening invitation to the dance.
Use your intuition, and most of all, find that Remote viewing, whether it be politics, unexplainable phenomena, or the secrets of space. Intelligence agencies around the world have secretly used these latent human abilities to find the answers to mysteries that they could never answer. But what if the power was in our own hands? What if it was up to us to find the answers to those mysteries? Red eyes, 7 feet tall, an inky black figure with large moth-like wings. Mothman, the pinnacle of cryptids, the birthing of high strangeness, and the manifestation into physical reality of something seemingly strange and terrible. But the surface of human experience does not often reflect what the reality truly is. I'm John Vivanco, and welcome to another episode of Chronicles of a Psychic Spy. Now, on the surface, Mothman is odd and it's scary, but add to that the mind-bending story of John Keel's Mothman prophecies, well, you end up with layers upon layers of questions and high strangeness. You know, I think it would be different if Mothman were something that people had seen every once in a while, flying here and there as some kind of, paranormal oddity. But because of the experience of John Keel in Point Pleasant, West Virginia in the 1960s, well, this added a dimension to it which gave the Mothman a strange and insidious side. Not that it wasn't already strange and insidious. You know, here you have a being with glowing red eyes, black body, and moth-like wings hanging out around a cemetery, and then an abandoned TNT plant in Point Pleasant back in the 1960s, scaring people, following them. Well, the impression from humans becomes one of horror. You know, but that is just the surface of human experience, though. The conclusion that humans come to over the situational events playing out. But is it a horror film being played out, or is it something else? On November 12th, 1966, the first reported sighting of Mothman occurred. It was in Clendon in West Virginia, where a group of grave diggers working in a cemetery saw a large, dark-winged humanoid flying over them while they're working. 3 days later, the first sighting of Mothman occurred in the Point Pleasant area. Point Pleasant sits at the confluence of the scenic Ohio and Kanawha rivers in West Virginia, and has a history of paranormal happenings. One of the thoughts is that areas of transition, where there are rivers and bridges across rivers, well, you can find more paranormal phenomena occurring there. You know, it's this energetic transition point where portals open up to other worlds and things come and go from them in those specific types of areas. So Point Pleasant, West Virginia, would be one of those locations. Now, in 1966, just 3 days after the cemetery sighting, 2 couples were driving in a car at night near the old abandoned TNT factory. This is a place where dynamite and bombs were created, but it had since been ceased and was boarded up. So they first noticed 2 glowing orbs in the darkness behind the gate and fence of the plant late at night. As they stared at it, they began to see the body and wings of a massive creature. It was 6 to 7 feet tall, had a wingspan of about 10 feet, and glowing red eyes that appeared to be on the shoulder area, but no real head to speak of. You know, the couples became alarmed and quickly drove off. The Mothman, well, he gave chase. The driver stated that they reached speeds of over 100 miles per hour, and it still kept up with them. Now, this same evening, other people had also seen the creature. In one instance, a man named Newell Partridge was watching television at home when the TV began to go dark, and then he began to hear a strange, high-pitched whirring noise coming from outside. His dog was howling on the porch, and he went outside with a flashlight where, by his barn, he saw 2 glowing red orbs about 6 feet off the ground. Now, these orbs were connected to a body, and as it began to move, his dog gave chase. Newell went inside to grab his gun, but was too frightened to go back outside, and his dog was never seen again. John Keel arrived on the scene. At the time, he was an investigative reporter writing articles for newspapers, magazines, and radio. He had written some books already and was, seems somewhat of a UFO paranormal type theorist. His interests, though, they were mainly in the paranormal realm, even though he did a lot of other writing on mundane stuff. And at a certain point, he ended up investigating paranormal events full-time and writing about them. He's written a lot of great books. This is not an easy thing to do and pay the bills. But he became the main investigator of the Point Pleasant Mothman case and wrote the book called The Mothman Prophecies, which in 2002 became a movie of the same name, which starred Richard Gere. Now, I'd recommend reading the book over watching the movie. Watch the movie later. The book is rich and detailed in experiences and opinions that do not come through in the movie. And this book, it's the quintessential high strangeness investigation that nearly every paranormal investigator gains inspiration from. So through his investigations, he ultimately rejected the extraterrestrial hypothesis, and instead, he posited that we were dealing with a multidimensional force who's been with us, influencing us, playing with us since the dawn of humankind. They shapeshift physically and mentally to accommodate our current cultural perceptions and belief systems. It's like, humans now believe in beings from other planets visiting us, so we'll use that, these beings will use that as the interaction point. This is also the conclusion of Jacques Vallée, but it's very limited, and things are always much, much more complicated than the surface appearance. And it's understandable, though, that people would want some kind of unified theory on what's going on. It's what we always seek to explain things. So Keel shows up there in 1966 to begin investigating the phenomena occurring there, and well, he got swept up in it. He became a focus of it. And this has resulted in what he called high strangeness. The phenomena shifted and communicated to him specifically, outside of him just investigating and reporting on events around Mothman. So he had incidents of receiving strange phone calls with odd voices detailing future events, and men in black showing up, UFO flaps, outlandish coincidences, and prophecies that ultimately led to the Silver Bridge collapse on December 15th, 1967, where 46 people died as they plummeted into that freezing river. Now, Keel came to the conclusion that over a year period from 66 to 67, before the bridge collapse, there were over 100 sightings of Mothman there. And this creature was described as being able to affect an electromagnetic spectrum that shut cars off, interrupted radio and TV frequencies. And this is, also what many people report with UFO events. Now, this being apparently did not speak as far as anyone knew. It only screeched. It did not seem to flap its large wings either. It just glided, just took off in the air with wings stretched out like a helicopter and made a humming noise when it flew. Now, people of Point Pleasant would even try to hunt this creature down. Its lair, well, it seemed to be the old abandoned TNT factory, and the sheriff there had to actually try and stop people from hunting for it on that land. So this is the backdrop for the Mothman, one of doom and high strangeness. These are outlandish happenings across the paranormal board as well, and because it pretty much dies out there after that bridge collapse, and there appeared to be interest from the Mothman in the collapse, well, this turns into somewhat of a nefarious story. And it's also the reason why people ask the question of, well, was Mothman responsible for this? Or perhaps a harbinger of doom for this? Now, in current day Chicago, there have been a ton of Mothman sightings. It seems to be the current epicenter at the moment. And Lon Stickler of the website phantomsandmonsters.com is mapping this out very well with location maps and many published interviews and witnesses that are coming forward that he is bringing on his website, putting articles there. So is there a connection here between Chicago and Point Pleasant? Is there pending tragedy in Chicago? Is this assumption about Mothman and tragedies that many make, is that correct? Many of the sightings are actually happening around O'Hare International Airport. There are a slew of bizarre encounters, from it flying through the sky to in-person accounts of the Mothman watching people or landing in front of people on the street. Now, I'm unsure of the high strangeness side here, if any of that is occurring at the moment. There are a lot of elements here. We have the Point Pleasant side with all the high strangeness, as well as the Chicago side now, right? So let's begin to break this down with remote viewing and first just look at the reality of the Mothman to understand if there is anything to this at all. The data surrounding the Mothman describes a being who is multidimensional. Its form is not limited to what people are seeing in the form of Mothman, though. You know, we have seen that it can take on the form of a silver UFO as well. It's a much broader consciousness. Now, the sightings of supposed UFOs within a Mothman-type high strangeness event appear to be part of this Mothman phenomena. But not all UFOs are part of this. There are many different things happening, and it's important to not place everything in one basket to try to create a unifying theory. Now, what humans see, though, is this form that is dark and has wings. You know, from the perspective of the Mothman, though, what it sees through its own eyes is an ever-changing mind trip landscape. Keel talks about high strangeness, which can occur around these Mothman events, but the high strangeness is somewhat of the mental construct that is occurring within the Mothman as well. In some of the Chicago sightings, Mothman is searching, trying to find something, not trying to scare, but to understand a predicament. This is why sometimes, in some of these cases, Mothman approaches or follows certain people. There's an energetic string that Mothman follows, and certain people may have a quality which Mothman sees and moves towards in order to see where that string goes. So when John Keel was thrust into the madness in Point Pleasant, it was the Mothman phenomena that invited him in because he served an energetic purpose to the phenomena. So I would say the established reality of Mothman for me is there on the remote viewing side, you know, albeit within a very non-physical shape-shifting realm. There is a solid-ish quality within the RV sessions that point to this phenomena on the physical side. But then it quickly dives into multidimensional timeline madness and the purpose or mission that Mothman is actually engaged in. You know, there have also been way too many credible reports to discount it on the physical side. So the question becomes, what is this? What is truly happening here? Why was it interacting in Point Pleasant and now Chicago? What draws it? Is it creating doom? Is it trying to prevent doom? Maybe it's attracted to doom. Is it none of the above? Personality-wise, you know, Mothman is fairly dry towards the remote viewers. It's not like interactions with some of these other beings that we run into are happy and they like to play with us. It's, you know, like some of the beings who create some of the crop circles, or these beings that Pete Slattery engages with, who now also engage with me and the team that I work with. Those types of beings can actually appear and by the busload running around excitedly raiding your pantry and refrigerator, poking at you so that you play with them. They're like weird looking, wise but innocent children. Mothman is not that. This phenomena, or the Mothman, is almost horrified with itself and what is happening, but it's trying to figure things out and change time or timelines. Mothman has always been Mothman, or this consciousness has been involved in the multiverse since creation. It has a very specific mission. It has a vision that spans all timelines, all causes, and all effects. Think of the scope of that. You know, think about this as the lead-in to this data. Okay, Mothman. Moth wings? Not really. It's more like butterfly wings. So what could that mean? What does that remind you of, you know, in relation to timelines? Butterfly wings. So think of the reference to the butterfly effect. Within chaos theory, there is the butterfly effect. This effect starts out on something happening, some event, some basic initial condition, like a butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon. And through cause and effect, this ultimately creates a typhoon in Japan down the road. There's basically a small change in one state of a deterministic nonlinear system can result in large differences in a later state. In other words, as unpredictable impacts begin to interplay within this system, this can result in different scenarios playing out down the road, even though two events may start off exactly the same way. And this shows how everything is connected, and actions and reactions can create large differences in ultimate outcomes. Now take the Mothman here. This consciousness is like the butterfly effect expert, but through multiple dimensions and timelines. Much, much more complicated than, like how humans can approach it. Now the main intent, and this may sound odd, is that the Mothman is looking to understand and create an effect down the road in order to move a reality as well as itself toward release and enlightenment. You could call it trying to move things into the golden age. Sounds crazy, I know. Okay, let's say that you have one butterfly that flapped its wings in the Amazon, and this created some complex weather event down the road. Now take that same exact beginning point and run it 1,000 times with different variables for each one as it plays out. Now place that into the broader consciousness of the Mothman and watch the calculations occur. This consciousness is looking for areas of influence throughout timelines that it can change. Then when one is found, that's the best scenario to shift, Mothman and other phenomena will show up there to shift it. Now the very strange part is that the Mothman almost feels as though it cannot control where it ends up. It's as though the anatomy of its wings are the expression of what it is, the butterfly effect. It floats through time and space and can see all scenarios from beginning to end, all vectors, every impact and every outcome. It's like it will just appear watching a situation in somewhat of a horrified state, but of the mind and intention to manipulate and influence things for specific balancing outcomes that we as humans cannot even begin to fathom. The time expanse and complicated scenarios through an infinite amount of timelines would make a human mind go mad here. The Mothman is not completely that expression either, that physical expression. That is only what we see. It's a huge consciousness that has been working this sense creation. Now oddly, this being is also described as being emotional and has a range of emotions. It has feeling for humans, care and concern. Now sometimes in the data there's a sense of sadness when catastrophic events occur for the purpose of balance that it's seeking. It's like Mothman shows up in a location, almost a little freaked out as to how it got there and what's happening, because he's just observing what his calculations are outputting and what brought him there, like observing how dominoes are falling. Now it does have an idea of what needs to be done because it follows a sort of master plan, but there's a prevalent feeling inside of it that is almost wanting some help or direction at times. Now I can imagine that, as it's chasing a car screeching in the air while the occupants are completely shitting themselves, that he's in reality trying to communicate with them to ask for help. Help me, what am I doing here? What is this madness unfolding? Why is this happening to me? It's contradictory too, because on the one hand, he's a master of the butterfly effect and highly intelligent and calculating, but at times he can feel like the events are spinning out of control. Now, a lot of the data also reflected that it is trying to be in and understand joy within darkness, to hold some type of joy as it moves through darker situations into light. The thing is, though, some of these situations that it gets involved in and tries to move are darker, but not all of them. Part of the deal it was creating with John Keel back in Point Pleasant in the 1960s was to warn what it was going to allow to happen, right? The Silver Bridge collapse, in a sense, well, it was compassion. It was the Mothman's compassion driving it to connect with John Keel so that there could be maybe some type of warning here. The Mothman was there in Point Pleasant to change and influence a situation in time so that it affects something else in the future, something completely unfathomable to us, yet has a cogent end outcome. From our perspective, there's no way to know all the subtleties and ramifications that go into changing events through time. We may observe something as negative and violent, but Mothman sees this as a necessary balance that brings us to the timeline of enlightenment or the golden age. Go figure. But at the moment in that sequence of this butterfly effect, this leads to Chicago. There's a balance that Mothman consciousness is seeking within Chicago, and part of that balance was related to the bridge collapse in West Virginia in the 1960s. Don't ask me how, though, because I don't know. This is the complicated unfolding of multiple dimensions and timelines where some random and seemingly unrelated event, like a bug crossing a road, leads to the destruction of the planet. But the data about Chicago, it reflects an event. And this event is related to a cosmic event that involves higher beings. Now, Heather, my partner and director of operations for the Hemispheres Institute, is here to describe
war, conquest, death. Most World War II historians will highlight the politics of the time, but gloss over the truth behind Hitler's quest for power. The blood-spattered trail the Nazis smeared across the globe cannot be forgotten even today. But what if details were lost in the aftermath of the manic effort to create a Third Reich? Or what if they were left out of the history books on purpose? What if the Nazis were searching for something else? Particular artifacts Hitler had researched feverishly in his darkest days. Objects so extraordinary, he believed they held the answer to world domination. Objects that had the power to change the course of history itself. These were the relics of power. Of all the relics the Nazis sought to find, there was one valued above the rest. One that would secure the destiny of their rule and guarantee it for 1,000 years to come. One with a history that began in antiquity, the most mysterious of all the relics, the Spear of Destiny. It was a pleasant, sunny morning. Dr. Walter Johann Stein sat down in a cafe and opened a book. He was soon to become the outstanding science student of the year at Vienna University. His abilities in science and mathematics were overshadowed only by his love for classical studies and the history of Western philosophy. It was those interests that moved him that day to purchase this book. He had been immersed in research into the Holy Grail romances of the Middle Ages, and particularly research revolving around a fabled spear of legendary power, the Spear of Destiny. The book was an overused, beaten-up, leather-bound edition of an age-old poem named Parsifal by Wolfram von Eschenbach. This was no ordinary book. It contained handwritten notes of every kind, and they appeared extraordinary in nature. Whoever wrote these notes had been following in the same footsteps as Stein and had an incredible faculty of understanding for history, the occult, and other more sinister intentions. Shortly after Stein began reading, he felt a presence. That feeling one gets when being watched. Looking up from the book, he saw a figure through the cafe window. And a chill ran through him as he locked eyes with a complete stranger. Shaking off the uneasy feeling from that gaze, he focused on the notes in the book, notes that seemed to reveal an even deeper knowledge than the book itself about this fabled spear. Stein's curiosity with the book's note-taker grew. Early morning became late afternoon. To his surprise, the ominous figure remained, watching him through the window. Feeling uneasy and awkward, he was compelled to finally leave. As he departed the cafe, he realized that his mysterious observer was selling artwork. Confronted with him and trying not to make eye contact, he purchased a few small pieces, put them in his coat pocket, and made his way home. Safe in the confines of his abode, he unraveled his hastily purchased works of art. It was then, with great surprise, that Stein made a disturbing discovery. The painting was of an unmistakable image. The Spear of Destiny. It appeared just as he had last seen it during a visit to the Hofburg Museum. Amazingly, the signature on the artwork was in the same handwriting as in the leather-bound book which he carried. It was signed Adolf Hitler.
Many of us grew up watching the Indiana Jones movies, and by all accounts, this idea for Indiana Jones seemed like a novel idea in Hollywood. I mean, what could be more interesting than an archaeologist hunting down legendary relics of power and protecting them from the most evil empire ever, the Nazis? Raiders of the Lost Ark seemed like this amazing new concept that got us all interested in these historical artifacts. But what was actually going on is that Indiana Jones reignited an age-old interest deep in people's bones that had already been there for thousands of years. It reawakened our deep fascination with these supernormal objects. It sparked something in us. This idea that an object could possess great power or even imbue its owner with the ability to determine the fate of the world.
In fact, upon reviewing these movies further, people would be shocked to know how much truth is actually contained in them. I mean, there's absolutely no way that these writers and directors were not down some rabbit holes when they were constructing the foundations of these stories. And it really begs the question, were these just some fantastic fictional stories, or instead, were the elite numbing us to the truth by stating as fiction something they know to be as fact? And people have said that about a few of Steven Spielberg's movies. I mean, think of how many movies he's made with extraterrestrials in them.
The Indiana Jones movies had a lot of accuracies about the Ark of the Covenant, such as whoever viewed the contents of the Ark would die or be burned, for instance.
Don't look right! Keep your eyes shut!
Interestingly, when we tracked down the name of the actor in the movie who opened the Ark in the movie, the actor's name is Paul Freeman. Now, we don't know if this particular guy is a part of the Illuminati bloodline that they're always referencing, the Freeman bloodline, but they do love their symbolism even by proxy, so that's interesting in and of itself. The Ark's powers are commonly known by researchers to have been combined in the movie with the legend of another artifact, the most powerful one in the history of our world, the Spear of Destiny.
The legend grew around it, gaining strength with the passing of the centuries, that whosoever possessed it and understood the powers it served held the destiny of the world in his hands for good or evil. This legend, which has persisted through 2 millennia of Christendom, has seen its most dreadful fulfillment in the 20th century. The Spear of Destiny by Trevor Ravenscroft.
So Dr. Walter Johann Stein's revelation that the creepy-looking figure who had gazed at him through the window and sold him a painting was the very same note-maker in this book that led him on a scavenger hunt through Vienna for clues of where to find this Adolf Hitler. What did this dark figure know? What was his background? So how could this vagabond's knowledge about the spear, its power, and the deeper meanings behind the search for the Holy Grail equate to that of his own as an academic fascinated with this esoteric subject? Eventually, he realized he needed to go to the source, the place where he found the book Parsifal.
The bookshop owner was named Pretsche. Stein discovered many things upon meeting him for the first time. He found out where to find Hitler, and in the back room of the bookshop, amidst the imagery on the walls and evidence in plain sight, it was revealed that the bookshop owner was an occult adept. Not only was he connected to the anti-Semitic occult societies of Germany, but he had also taken young Adolf under his wing and was always there to offer him a meal and discuss Parsifal, among many other things.
So why was Parsifal the common denominator between Hitler and Stein? Was it just a 13th century poem? Or is there more to it? We know it was written by German knight and poet Wolfgang von Eschenbach about a hero named Parsifal who searches for the Holy Grail. Well, come to find out, the Spear of Destiny played the pivotal role in the book. Now, this poem has fascinated people for hundreds of years. I mean, this is no small issue. Figures like Wagner were influenced by it and wrote world-famous operas about the Grail and Spear. And even Friedrich Nietzsche was fascinated by it.
Many believe that through the book, one could enlighten to higher mysteries of the Holy Grail and the secret powers that came with it. The notes in this copy of Parsifal were extremely detailed and anti-Semitic in nature, as you can imagine, and in some regards, bordering on psychotic and delusional. What worried Stein more than anything was that the notes, in some regards, had the influence of the occult in them. So trying to find this figure Hitler was really an act of compassion from Stein. He thought that by finding him, he might be able to have a positive influence on him and turn him towards goodness. Didn't really work out that way.
I admit willingly, said Dr. Stein later, that I was fascinated by his studies of the Grail. At the same time, I believed, and quite wrongly as it turned out, that I could transform his thinking and stimulate some genuine social feeling within him. There can be no doubt that he had some quite remarkable gifts, but they were not the kind which could integrate him in society or even earn him his bread and butter. Spear of Destiny, Trevor Ravenscroft.
Every account of Hitler at this time in his life described him as disheveled, moody, even harsh and combative, refusing to work for even a small amount of money. Now, we see similar descriptions of serial killers before a life event triggered them. In some cases, researchers claiming those events raised their IQs. Now, it could be that with an injection of displaced purpose, a man's mind raises itself up for some spiritual quest, whether good or bad, but what was it that could have brought Hitler out of this state into one whereby he not only attempted to take over the world, but almost succeeded?
So you got to remember that Hitler wasn't always this way. I mean, he grew up Catholic and very much believed in the divine before other influences grew on him. There are even those around him who referenced his kindness and gentle love towards his mother on her deathbed. And then as he grew, he started to become bitter.
Adolf Hitler and Gustav Kubitschek were sharing a bug-ridden bedsitter in a Vienna suburb. It looked as though Hitler's youthful hopes were to prove no more than a tissue of dreams. He had failed to gain entry into the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts because his sketches were not up to the required standard, and the School of Architecture had also refused him through lack of qualification. And now, unwilling to take a job, he was eking out a starveling existence on his dead mother's savings, which were almost spent, and on the diminutive orphan's pension granted in respect of his father's service in the Customs Department, now shortly to be stopped. The Spear of Destiny, Trevor Ravenscroft.
So Hitler was a recluse. I mean, basically, this is the guy that no one liked to have around. And this isn't being unobjective. Multiple sources explain what kind of person he really was. I mean, one moment everything would be fine, but as soon as someone said something about Germany that he didn't agree with, so he had this way of going on the attack. I mean, basically berating them and ferociously belittling the person into submission. He slunk about Vienna like a stray dog. I mean, sometimes wandering into the Hofburg Museum, where he would entertain his rather unhealthy obsession with German culture and his belief in its superiority. I mean, he had always excelled in history. It was only the subject he got right.
Hitler's actual power was in his sheer will for research. He was known at the public libraries, and it was here, through countless hours, that the formative years of his life took shape. In German, there's a word called Weltanschauung. It means worldview. And it's this Weltanschauung that drove Hitler's mad ways. He was dipping heavily into Nietzsche, Schopenhauer, and Wagner, but he was certainly not limited to those guys.
His intellectual interests seemed to follow the same pattern. He spent much time in the public libraries, but his reading was indiscriminate and unsystematic. Ancient Rome, the Eastern religions, yoga, occultism, hypnotism, astrology. Alan Bullock, Spear of Destiny by Trevor Ravenscroft.
So at this point in his life, he had basically lost all hope. His art aspirations were failing. I mean, he cared little for worldly pursuits. Slowly, the realization was settling in that with what he was doing, he couldn't really go any further. So it was here, at this point, that he found himself once again in the old museum amidst the foreign junk and a few treasures of German antiquity that he valued above all. Now, in the depths of his despair, a voice peeked through the void, and it seemed to be calling him. This was a tour being conducted for foreign dignitaries. Hitler himself described this moment that would change his life forever.
These foreigners stopped almost immediately in front of where I was standing, while their guide pointed to an ancient spearhead. At first, I didn't even bother to listen to what this expert had to say about it, merely regarding the presence of the party as an intrusion into the privacy of my own despairing thoughts. And then I heard the words which were to change my whole life. There is a legend associated with this spear that whoever claims it and solves its secrets holds the destiny of the world in his hands for good or evil. I knew with immediacy that this was an important moment in my life, and yet I could not divine why an outwardly Christian symbol should make such an impression on me. I felt as though I myself had held it in my hands in some earlier century of history, that I myself had once claimed it as my talisman of power and held the destiny of the world in my hands. Yet how could this be possible? What sort of madness was this that was invading my mind and creating such turmoil in my breast? Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf.
So this is where Hitler's obsession with the spear began, right at this moment. On countless occasions, he would go to Hofburg and observe the spear, staring and trying to grasp its secrets. Secrets that appear to be on the precipice of both the physical and non-physical. The spear has been described as having a presence of its own, as if the energy from its legendary history accompanies it like an aura. I mean, this allows the viewer within its field to summon glimpses of themselves glorified in command of fate itself.
Not many people understand the true madness that drove Hitler's obsessions. Though the spear and its secrets lit a fire in the future Führer, obviously Hitler had a lot more to his Weltanschauung or worldview than this. You have to understand, if he was willing to fully take on and accept the legend of the spear, then he would also be open to anything and everything that would give him power. We're not just talking about a simple artifact here. The spear could well be this famed supernormal relic of legend, but you've missed the point if you just focus on the spear. It was the power and abilities imbued in it that Hitler was after. Why do you think he was interested in this fabled Aryan race? Was it just because the blood was pure? Modern historians will tell you that. No, it was something much more sinister. Hitler believed that the true Aryan race and its inherently special blood had access to the now latent human abilities. I mean, what do you think he was doing in that library? Do you really think this was just about race? This was about power.
So there was much in the way of the occult already going on in Germany at this time. In fact, a lot of people don't know this, but the Thule Gesellschaft, which is the German secret society, was an occult society before it became embedded in politics. And the word Thule comes from the myth of Thule, which is a legendary island and origin of a master race called the Aryans. Now, this race had abilities that were said to come from their pure original Aryan blood and not mixed by what you would call lesser races, and they escaped a catastrophe similar to the Great Flood by burrowing into these tunnels and caverns of the earth. Now, this is why Hitler had his Vril Society go to Tibet to look for these tunnels which were thought to be there. Now, if he were to find this race and make contact, they might bestow their powers on him and bring forth his latent abilities.
So if you shift your perspective about Hitler and accept that his pursuit was first and foremost to obtain power rather than just kill the Jews, everything in his rise of power makes way more sense. For instance, all of the Nazi secret societies are now easily explainable. There were 3 big Nazi secret societies. There was the Vril Society, there was the Thule Society, and the Ahnenerbe. The Vril seemed to be more focused on psychic abilities, like those supernormal abilities. The Thule Gesellschaft were focused on the occult ritual aspects of opening up one's inner sight by any means necessary. And this included both occult and satanic rituals, opening up the mind and body through psychedelics even. And the Ahnenerbe was more focused on the relics part of this whole thing that could fortify one's abilities. So why have historians stayed away from these studies and mostly focused on the political aspects of Hitler's rule? Is it because discussing the occult would lead the populace to truths the elite were not ready to reveal?
So, you have to realize, at this time, Germany had the perfect storm of weirdness to produce a figurehead like Hitler. So not only was there a yearning in people's subconscious to resuscitate the lost German greatness, but there were also beliefs of German superiority, even in differing circles and social classes of society. The great German classics were consumed by those spearheading the entertainment, which was then consumed by the upper class, and the academics and philosophers like Nietzsche were all reflections of those times. What's mind-blowing is that even these great philosophers and academics were all in the know about and asking the same medieval existential questions Hitler was. They were his influence. Hitler was a melting pot of politics, philosophy, history, the occult, mythology. I mean, the worst of all of it.
He simply borrowed from the irradiating talent of Wagner and the dark, brooding genius of Nietzsche, those elements which he needed to build his own distorted Weltanschauung.
There's even this story about Wagner and Nietzsche meeting as friends in front of the Spear of Destiny at the Hofburg Museum, but they left as enemies after hearing each other's opposing understandings of what the spear represented. Wagner actually believed it to be a great Christian implement, while Nietzsche believed it to represent his atheistic and aggressive views towards religion. Hitler was simultaneously being fed by the anti-religion, anti-Jesus, destitute philosophies of Nietzsche, alongside the German history, Teutonic Knights, and Holy Grail spear legends from Wagner, who was also obsessed with Parzival. Now, Illuminati researcher Fritz Springmeier pointed out that Hitler actually used to sleep next to Helena Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine too. And the bookkeeper mentioned before, Precha, not only was he embedded in the occult societies and had taken Hitler under his wing, but he was also a user and propagator of psychedelics to open one's mind to greater spiritual experiences.
So, von Eschenbach's Parzival was really the central book in Hitler's life. Wagner's opera Parzival retold this story. Now, Wagner wrote other operas about the Teutonic Knights too, one of which was named Tannhauser, and it was no accident that Stein found a book with Hitler's notes in it that day at the bookstore. Not only is it a great story of good versus evil, but if the code for obtaining the grail could be deciphered in it, then there must be a larger and deeper truth behind its story. Now, the antagonist in both of the mentioned Wagner operas is a dark magician named Klingsorg, who wielded the spear of destiny like a symbolic phallic object of fate, and in the process destroyed the lives of many, just like a proper villain would. So in one of Hitler's many visions, either from the occult activities he was in or the many hours of trance sitting in front of the spear, Hitler became convinced that he was actually the reincarnation of Klingsorg. I mean, can you believe that? Look, you can't make this stuff up.
In the account of the Wartburg, which inspired Wagner's opera Tannhauser, indications are given that Bishop Klingsorg had united himself with demonic powers that he had learned to control. The Luciferic spirit was the source of his astonishing talents, and it was once again known as Nazim, or Nazia.
Who knew this was actually how the word Nazi was born? We now have a direct connection between the Nazis and Lucifer. In Bloodlines of the Illuminati, Fritz Springmeier draws our attention to another figure in Hitler's life. This guy's name was Dietrich Eckart, who is quoted as saying on his deathbed,
"Follow Hitler. He will dance, but it is I who have called the tune. I have initiated him into the secret doctrine, opened his centers in vision, and given him the means to communicate with the powers. Do not mourn for me. I shall have influenced history more than any German."
Enter Dietrich Eckart. Who was this man, and what was he into?
So Dietrich Eckart is described as a German journalist, playwright, poet, politician, when you actually look this guy up. Now, many sources conveniently leave out how he was one of the original 7 founding members of the German Workers' Party, which later became the Nazi Party and an authority in the Fool Society. Now, they also leave out his ties to the Theosophical Society, the influences of Aleister Crowley's sex magic on him, and Ostrom Argentinum, which was Aleister Crowley's own superstition. Now, if you know anything about the Nazis and what was going on, I mean, it was basically a bag of socialism and nationalism. Now, on the surface, the communists and the German nationalists were fighting, but there were many similarities in their surface dealings. The point is, if you were just looking at the public activities of this man, you would mistake his part in it as being merely socio-political. Underneath it all, and behind the scenes, was really where you were.
Eckart was on the lookout for quite another sort of pupil. He claimed to his fellow adepts in the Thule group that he had personally received a kind of satanic annunciation that he was destined to prepare the vessel of the Antichrist. The man inspired by Lucifer to conquer the world and lead the Aryan race to glory. The inner core within the Thule group were all Satanists who practiced black magic. That is to say, they were solely concerned with raising their consciousness by means of rituals to an awareness of evil and non-human intelligences in the universe, and with achieving a means of communication with these intelligences. And the master adept of this circle was Dietrich Eckart.
Hitler notes that Eckart had one of the biggest influences on his life. In the dark inner circles of these societies for quite some time, Hitler wasn't known. But then whispers began to be spread about a future German messiah who would lead Germany to not only the height of its own civilization, but also to the pinnacle of world domination. I mean, how did Hitler go from being a vagabond selling his art on the sidewalks to becoming a German hero? Well, he started by serving in World War I. While he was always misunderstood among soldiers, he had the attitude of being able to sacrifice whatever it is that was needed to carry out his duties. Interestingly, these character traits of his are all predicted by his astrological birthday. Trevor Ravenscroft detailed how his chart apparently shows that Hitler would have proclivities towards tyranny, jealousy, unhealthy sexual urges, lust for power, public speaking skills, and moodiness, among many more things. Destiny saw him born under a perfect star.
He even won medals for valor in battle. In war, he took on the most dangerous roles. He incorporated into his worldview, which influenced his life initially, the idea that because he had died by multiple bullets many times, he had somehow been saved by some divine act of providence, and he was to lead the German people into the future. He later went on to spy for the Germans on the Russians, getting many of those communists killed. Now, little did Hitler know that the search for the future German Messiah who would lead Germany to greatness was already underway by Eckart.
Dietrich Eckart and a small inner core of Thulists had been prepared for the imminent appearance of the German Messiah in a whole series of spiritualistic seances held together with the entourage of the notorious Russian emigres. General Skoropadsky and Bishopsky, the two Russian generals who were known throughout Bavaria for their violent anti-Semitic and anti-Bolshevik